think let's use the phone to have people engage.
Good morning, everyone. Can we start? I was hoping we can start bang on time, but yeah, I think we're still good. Sorry. Wait, I don't even know where I should. Thank you very much. Yeah, good morning, good morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us again to this closing day. It's a shorter day than yesterday. Thank you very much. So, for those of us that might not be here yesterday, my name is Kola Ijason, and I'm the Research Director at Research ICT Africa. The program is such that I start with some reflections on yesterday, and it's for the benefit of everyone. I'm so sure everyone has their own reflections, but these are just mine. These are, a very small snippet of the very many things that, I wrote down and stayed with me, throughout the course of yesterday and even overnight. Then after this reflection, we have opening remarks, and all of our speakers are here. We have a speaker that will be joining us online. I think she's ready already. So I hope we keep the time, not to waste anyone's time. Then we go into the into the second session, a light break. It all depends on how things go. We might have slightly longer breaks today, and I really want us to take some time for Q&A. So I hope we go, just according to time. So in reflecting on yesterday, I was thinking to myself, waking up this morning and thinking, Q1 of 2026 is gone already, and Christmas was like yesterday to me. Anyway, but then it's been a very busy year. We ended the first quarter with this thought-provoking session that we've been having since yesterday, and hopefully we continue today. And I want to say a big thank you for everyone, for the energy that you brought into the rooms yesterday, the honesty, the depth, and how just yesterday went. Like I said, the way we designed the program was such that day one was meant to be our academic grounding day, then today was meant to be like our policy focus day. But yesterday didn't even feel abstract. Even typically in academic conferences, you would expect some, maybe calculations, equations, frameworks that make sense to no one. But it didn't feel like that yesterday. It was very grounded. And I felt like one of the things that came out was the fact that when I reflect, it's like we are no longer asking the question whether AI should be ethical or responsible. It feels like that's been overflogged and that question has been settled already. What we are grappling with is something deeper now, It's the question of what does AI actually mean in the what does justice mean in the context of AI? And when we flip that question over, as Angela did, it was what is not justice, or what is justice not? Or how can I say it? So what is justice and what is the opposite of justice? So if something is not just, then what is it? We heard so much about the fact that the injustice in AI is not accidental, I think if I have to be very honest with myself, in the last maybe 2 years before now, I would have thought that, you know what, maybe there is no grand conspiracy anywhere, maybe it's just the way it is. But I've been learning, and yesterday it came up very seriously that the accidents that we see, the injustice that we see is not accidental. It's, it's planned into the algorithms. Yeah. And that these injustices are structural. It sits across an entire value chain, as Dr. Kuda said yesterday. It's infrastructural, it's data, it's skills, it's in capital, and all of these things are not new. Just that AI is bringing them again to the fore. And we've been told that AI would not solve the problem itself. AI didn't create the problem, AI wouldn't solve it. Dr. Angela challenged us in a way that I think we are still processing. Personally, I'm still processing it. She pushed us beyond the comfort of illusion to say, for the fact that you're included doesn't mean you are seen. And that's strange. I think it sounds like an oxymoron to me that you are included but invisible, But then I think I understand what she was saying. you can be included and still be invisible. We talked about ethics and the fact that ethics needs to be relational. And Lois talked about some of the things that she was saying, like in Kenya, and I think it's something I heard in virtually all the panels that I was at, about the fact that people are there making laws, making rules, regulations, resolutions on our behalf, and if we ask them deeply, they don't seem to understand what it is that they're talking about. And so there's a gap between this lofty language and the practical implementation. And I think that's where we sit as researchers. So in so many ways, yesterday was about surfacing the questions, and some of the questions that I think generically we can think about is things like, what are we missing? Who is not in the room? As one of the panels that I attended was saying, we have all these beautiful ideas, but are we sure that the right people that need to listen to these messages are in these rooms? Also, what are the consequences of moving forward without these answers? What's going to happen? So today, we move from reflection to practice, and we are asking, what does it actually look like to govern AI differently? How do regulators begin to operationalize something as complex and as necessary as justice? If there is one thing I would like to carry forward into today, it is this. Justice is not just about principles that we declare. It's something that we have to design for, build into systems, and continuously defend it. And I think that's actually very profound, in terms of this work that we do. We are not scientists, or we are not all of us are scientists. We are not coders. We are not AI specialists in terms of the technical part of it, but we can regulate, how we sit with AI and how just these things are. I have a few questions from the sessions yesterday, and I know because we had parallel sessions, as one of my colleagues said, it's unfair that we had to decide between two sessions, because sometimes it feels as if both sessions are where you would wanted to be. So what one of my colleagues did, Dr. Sandra, was compile some of the questions that we saw in both sessions, and I want to read those questions out, especially for our opening remarks speakers today, as well as even the people in session 2, to say, when we compiled some of the things that are coming out from building just AI into DPI, for example, some of the questions that we were hearing from these panels yesterday were things like, how can DPI systems support data sovereignty? How can we design collective ethics like Ubuntu into DPI systems at a technical, operational, and policy level? When it comes to democratic futures in the algorithmic age, we are hearing questions like, what do contextually relevant AI governance mechanisms look like? So how do we know we are there when we get there, if we get there? We are asking questions like, are there local justice systems? Are there any best practices that we can actually leverage? Are there laws and institutions designed for this purpose? And what does AI justice look like from cross-border data flow? These are some of the questions that were coming from each of these panels. And with those questions, I would like to invite our first speakers for session 1 to please come join me in the front. I have Dr. Jacob Manu Dr. Jacob Manu Dawafa is the CEO of Southern African Telecommunications Association. Dr. Jacob, please, if you can come take your seat. And I have Dr. Bekani Umbuli. Dr. Bekani, please. And I have Ms. Pamela Gopal, please also. And our last speaker would be online. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can actually see you, Joanne. If you can see us, can you just wave? Oh, thank you very much. So that's our fourth speaker. She'll be joining us online. I'm thinking maybe let's go one after the other. The bios of all of our speakers are already in the program, so please, if you could just familiarize yourself with them. I would like to pass the mic one at a time. So maybe I'll start with Dr. Jacob, then I'll come to you online, Joanne. Yeah, then I'll go back into the room. So just a line to introduce yourself, and whatever it is that you want to talk about, maybe some of the things that we discussed earlier or anything that you're doing currently, that you want everyone to know about. So, Dr. Jacob, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Yes, no, thank you to RIA for inviting SADC Secretariat to be part of this great gathering in our region. I think before I briefly introduce what we are doing, one of the things which strikes me personally is, where is AI governance in terms of adoption of AI and in terms of innovation? I want to use two examples. Yesterday, I was watching TV on CNN. A woman in Tennessee, in the US, was arrested. She spent 5 months in prison because she was arrested using AI facial recognition for cases committed in North Dakota. But she has never been to North Dakota. But she spent 5 months in prison. And now there's big debate. The police were using technology from Clearview. And now the big debate was, do they continue using that technology or not? Another example is AI clinical diagnosis. Most of the technology, we all go to hospitals. AI is already embedded in clinical diagnosis. And there are a lot of failures in terms of misdiagnosis. And this brings a challenge in terms of patient safety, delayed treatment. And how many people are we losing because of AI diagnosis resulting errors? So these are just some two examples, I think, which we need to consider. And to me, we need to accelerate AI governance. So coming to what we are doing at SADC level, me, I'm from the technical area where we are championing adoption of AI. And we are also focusing on issue of sovereignty. We need to build our own AI systems. We need to build our own AI infrastructure. And this is the focus area we are working on under SADC Secretariat. We'll also be having in June in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. I'll be moderating a session for ministers.
The slides are actually behind.
Okay. So I compiled some slides and I shared them with Dr. Isajan. So I won't go through them as such, but these are available, I think, but you can download them because I think because of time, I think it's. But to me, I think.
Maybe we stand up also so I can see it.
Okay. So to me, as I said, we need to start relocate what do we want ourselves. We have been historically consumers. The technology is designed and we adopt it and use it, but we don't have control. So now it's our time as Africa. We need to own the technology. We need to control those models, the algorithms. Yesterday we had a presentation on forensics. If you are buying technology from somewhere else, designed somewhere else, how do we make sure that you can actually look and do an audit of the system? How do you track back? So these are some of the issues I think we need to start to rethink exactly as Africa. Like the issues which were raised by our guest speaker yesterday, Dr. Ndaga. We might not have questions, but those questions will help us to craft our future. So in essence, I think we need to lobby with our authorities, our governments. We heard yesterday, most of the research funding is coming from where? Is it coming from Africa?
No.
Why are we not pumping our own money into research? We heard yesterday from RIA management, they got the funding from Canada, USA. But are we poor in Africa? So I think one of the actions or call for action to us when you go back to our countries, let's lobby our governments, please, let's pump money into research so that we can look at our requirements, our needs. And let's support innovation. Let's look at our young researchers. What are they doing? How do we take the outputs and implement those outputs? If you look at, I studied in Australia a long time. The research we were doing from the university was supported by the government, by the industry. The outputs were implemented to support economic development. So in Africa, do we have a linkage between our research outputs and the industry and the economy? The things we are discussing now in terms of AI governance, how are we taking that into practice to shape the future of our lives and our economy? We do have the Just AI framework, which was developed by RIA. It's a very good framework in terms of to test and situate our environments. Member states, they are developing AI strategies, but how are we translating our strategies into practical systems, into practical applications and solutions to address our needs? So as I said, these slides are available. And so I think what I would like to recommend, I think, is especially on sovereignty. We have seen what's happening around the world, the geopolitical tensions. Tomorrow we can wake up when someone says, you can't use our technology. What do we do? We saw there was a story where Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE, they were affected by the drones. Most of the customers, they do have their systems housed there, and they were affected. So I think it's time to rethink as Africa in terms of sovereignty. What do we need to do? But the most important aspect is we need to put money. We need to pump money. Africa has got money, but let's rethink how we can support our own development. COVID experience taught us a lot of things. We did not have vaccines in Africa. We were not manufacturing vaccines. We were waiting through God's grace. We were being injected of something we don't know. There were many conspiracy theories were saying, people say, after 2 years, you're going to die. And many people I talked to, they said, my friend, should I go for this injection or not? So I think it's time to rethink from that experience, and we own and champion our own future. Thank you, our moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jacob. Thank you so much for those, provocative and thought-provoking rather comments. Yeah, we will take these comments back to our countries, and I think please let's think about that and see how we can pop African money into African research, as you're saying. Let's go online now. Yeah, I think it might be a better one. I think that's the IT guys doing this. And oh no, it was better when it was dark, it wasn't it? Don't mind us, Joanne. We are just trying to set this in for you. Please, you can go ahead now. Thank you very much. Yeah. So next speaker will be Joanne D. Khanna, the program manager from the Center for Communications Governance at the National Law University in Delhi, India. Joanne, please unmute yourself, and the floor is yours. Yes, you are very audible.
in which they operate. And what that means is that it enables, it doesn't enable accountability that we need from the summits on outcomes that are sort of built with consensus or concrete direction or deliverables. And so there is a risk of outcomes being symbolic and or voluntary commitments or just broad initiatives that are sort of slotted for future, for things to take place in the future. And so this whole process is continuously at risk of being influenced either by the current situation, geopolitics, corporate interests, or other elements that are in flux. And without these institutional structures to sort of embed non-government or non-corporate perspectives, it just raises the question on things like the multi-stakeholder element of a summit, or even just what kinds of perspectives are shaping the outcomes. And so relatedly, I think that my final sort of reflection on the summit before I speak to some points on what collective direction should look like is it's important to acknowledge that with a global majority leading the country, leading the summit this year, there was a very clear shift in what the summit's focus on. I think that was a huge positive change, moving from what we've seen as very narrow and existential conceptualizations of AI safety to grounding it in the realities of our more immediate context, especially within the global majority. And so to me, that is a pretty strong confirmation that within a global governance process, if the global majority and our priorities are brought to these global discourse, the way that these forms are shaped grossly different to how they have been, especially when it's being championed. So it's a confirmation that we need to continue to try and ensure that the needs of the majority of discourse. So gender is inherently inclusive of abilities and also realistic in what we're trying to achieve. To say this, I also that the summit was also learning how the majority can bring this focus that we need to the realities. So face the risk of substantive safeguard some of the things that for the majority. And so some of these reflections, I think, seen series of the AI summits, and so as different stakeholders who engage in the process of the UN dialogue. As our experiences, our expertise as distinct elements of the state group to shape the efforts in a meaningful way. So, meaningful stakeholder participation, not just participation, but towards in agenda setting. And so it's effort, whether it's the series, whether it's the information society series. Presented civil society and academics. And so it was important to ensure that this inclusions happen in a systematic way. And so that especially for the students, it needs to be situated in institutionalized framework. See with other kind of processes, there's in central sector. So each sure. So progress that is made from previous summit continue on. So transition to the framework the function of the summit. And should be in functions. Structuring the architecture of a summit or the summit series can be to ensure that the design ensure inclusivity in how shape the agenda of the summit, the outcome across different kinds of stakeholders can happen, and we have facilitate participation. Sort of that I think we should be focusing on is as part of the framework that we should be they could also be disconnected from other governance processes and mechanisms we can create that some these commitments are really progress from one summit to the other. And I think sure of the summits, especially the process isn't very transparent. It's not transparent we can agenda and sort of track and ensure that different voices inform that agenda. Is that future hosts are also clear. So that happens stakeholders, but specifically from the perspective of citizenry is having to reactively engage with these governance processes. And so that so really systematically for us and is to collectively identify quality. CCG and SGM. So then you just have stations. You need to summit engineering. Incorporate some of these thinkings and be
Thank you very much, Joan. Thanks. I think I really appreciate the multi-stakeholder approach to data governance. I think there's no two ways about it. There is no one institution that can actually get this done. Thanks for sharing your reflection after the Impact Summit. Is it okay, Joan, if anybody has any questions for you, can I share your email details with them? Then they can drop you a line. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so we move on. Yeah, we can have the lights back on. Yeah, so we move on to the next speaker now. And I think I would like to invite you, Pamela, please, if you can just give us your opening remarks. I think you have the mic on. Oh, sorry. Okay, I just pass the mic to you there.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you to Priya and her team for having the African Union invited to this important platform. My intervention is going to be somewhat of a shift from the framing of just AI principles to more of a power, infrastructure, and governance reality. I think from the African Union perspective, the question is not only how we make AI just, it is also who governs it and the systems that make AI possible in the first place. So I think this is when I hear about the importance of research and the importance of getting our youth involved, I was thinking about what will actually engineers look like in 5 years. It might just change the whole dynamics of what that that career will look like. But I have 4 quick points. And the first one being the justice must be anchored in infrastructure and not just ethics. Now, from the recap session of what I've been hearing of yesterday, I heard the important discussions of biasness, of inclusion, of no longer just being relational as you talk about ethics and digital issues, but it's about also the infrastructure in terms of computing this, in terms of the energy, in terms of the data centers and the cross-border digital public infrastructure. And Africa largely participates at a consumption layer. We don't participate at an infrastructure or a governance layer per se. And I say this because currently Africa has currently hosting less than 2% of our global data center capacity. And we are, occupy 20% of the global population. So that just gives you an indication that, from a AU perspective, just AI means having a sovereign control over the infrastructure that actually powers it. My second point is on how Africa must move from regulatory participation to a system that we can co-design and co-create. And we have seen a lot of work at the national level. We have many countries that are developing AI strategies. At a regional level, we have you see emerging coordination taking place. At the continental level, we see the AU is shaping a lot of frameworks. But there's a risk. The risk is that Africa then becomes a well-regulated system within, designs that are made elsewhere. So, in practice, we see African countries adopting and adapting to AI and data governance frameworks, but it's largely influenced by the UK, the US, or China. And often whatever, without equivalent influence over how these systems are designed is necessary. And therefore it's important that we shift, towards this co-designing of the governance infrastructure architecture itself. Now, the continental vision encapsulated by the Agenda 2063 is clear about an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The governance of AI must actually uphold this vision, and many of the dominant AI governance frameworks that is currently circulating globally is formulated by the global north. But they also emphasize, values that we do resonate with, and that is on accountability, on transparency, on ethics. However, these frameworks don't just reflect Africa's realities. We can't just, be a passive adapter of the AI rules. I think it's important that we must lead our own perspectives, ensuring that justice and African agency is at the center of how we shape the AI governance as well. And also not to just be a justice-orientated approach, and what does that look like at AI, but it should be, through a technical lens as well, through lenses that creates equality and fairness, and this means engaging with the various stakeholders at the different levels as guardrails or for infrastructure in our societies. Now, the third point, as I talk about the societies, I think Africa has a multi-level governance in Africa's strategic, which can be seen as Africa's strategic advantage. And why do I say this? Because what is often seen as fragmented in Africa is actually can be seen as our governance asset. Now, at national level, we have governance, we have our regional economic communities, and we have our continental African Union frameworks. But these national governments become a multi-layer governance model that mainly governance systems are now trying to build in the global arena, right? And what I'm saying is that in the African context, we have these layers that we can find this opportunity where Africa can lead in designing how these global AI governance actually works across these layers and not just within one jurisdiction. And then the final, point is that it must be translatable into allocatability as well as implementation, not just on a conceptual basis, but whether it includes investable infrastructure, deployable skills, as I mentioned at the beginning. And if AI systems are not implementable, then they cannot be adapted. And if it's not adapted, then there's no way that we could shape the future of this. And the final, intervention is that it's not only about the AI governance question, but how also Africa is structurally positioned in this ecosystem in terms of infrastructure, in terms of our institutions, and therefore how we can then define a just AI and what it actually means in terms of the infrastructure context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Yeah, I see that yourself and Dr. Jacob are on the same, wavelength. Yeah, thank you for your time. Yeah, so you're both saying that Africa, we are still at the bottom level of these AI consumption. I think as Dr. Jacob put it, we are at the consumer level, which is actually just a shame. But we'll keep some thoughts for when we have the Q&A. I would like to invite Dr. Bekani Mbuli now to please give your remarks. You mic'd up, so you can just use your mic, yeah?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Can I stand? I'm a teacher. So yes, I work better when I'm standing. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bekani Mbuli. I work for the University of Johannesburg. I'm a lecturer there. I was the lead consultant when we're building the AI African Union continental strategy for Africa. So we had lots of engagements with lots of young people across the continent as well as across the diaspora. And we're also working with the African Union high-level panel on emerging technologies as well. And it became an incredible discussion and also an outcome from this. So my comments will be based on these two stories that I'm going to tell you, and then I'll build up on this. So the first story, we were in Mozambique. So one night with one of my colleagues, we go for dinner. So when we get to the space there, to a restaurant, I try to speak. I'm originally from Eswatini, so we speak Siswati. We are in Mozambique, which is to Maputo is about 1.5 hours or less. So I try to speak in English. The gentleman is speaking in Portuguese. We can't hear each other until I realized that, you know what, I can speak Siswati. I start speaking Siswati. The gentleman hears me. He speaks Shangan. We hear each other and we got the food. So that's the first story. The second story, we are in Ghana having a very good conversation. We had invited the Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation and Environment. And on the other side, we had the Minister of Education, but the STI component of the Minister of Education. So I can't remember who started, but I think one of the guys started presenting. And then as that is happening, on the other side, the other ministry is saying, oh, you guys, I didn't know you exist, number one. Number two, you are doing the same things that we are doing. And these are people from the same party, same president, same everything, but they do not know each other. So now that forms the basis of what will come out of this. So the interventions that as we were discussing this, in terms of AI, in terms of justice, number one, can we have targeted pilot projects that gets us on the ground to start doing something? Because we so much are talking about we need to do this, but then there's nothing that is being done. So that is number one. Number two, can we have secure local data? We'll talk about that later on. And then we align our developmental priorities. So this is important. So from the AI point of view in the continental strategy, what we realized is that AI is real in Africa, But the challenge that we have is that the ground is not level, it's uneven. So the focus now should then be towards taking these high-level frameworks into practical. How can they be practicalized? How can they be made to be just in terms of the justice, and also how can they be inclusive to ensure that everybody across the continent has them? So the first thing, how do we make this practical? Number one, the main gap in Africa is not ideas. It is not policies, it's not strategies, it's not anything. But the biggest problem that we have is execution. We talk about this, if we can go to all ministries, we've got good plans, but nobody is doing nothing. So the first thing that we need to think about is, how do we do it? Execute it. I'm a science lecturer. I can create a manual to say, start with A, come to B, come to C. We need to do that, because the more we talk about it and discuss, we are not going anywhere. But how do we do it on the ground? That's the first thing. We can start by targeted pilots across sectors. South Africa the AI is I think is in the cabinet for approval now. One of the things that has been done in the strategy for South Africa is that it's multi-sectoral. The health will deal with its own AI. Everybody will have its own. But then how do we coordinate and start doing that? So now the African Union can provide guidance. Other people, APET, can provide guidance. But then what is important is that we need to increase capacity on the ground. Instead of relying on the donors, we have our own money we put our mouth where our money is, and then we facilitate this. So we can deploy the AI-driven for example, we can deploy AI-driven crop forecasting for smallholder farmers, or we can use diagnosis support tools in hospital, and we pilot tangible results where we are building this local expertise incrementally. Number two, the data is a problem. Pamela spoke about the infrastructure. And one of the things that Africa is all about is sovereignty, which is not there. But then the challenge that we have is that, where is the data? The data is everywhere. Any hospital that you can go to today, there's so much data. You come into the gate, you tag, that is data. You go to the mall, there are cameras, that is data. But the challenge that we have is that this data is inaccessible. You try to look for it, nobody will give you anything. So this becomes a problem. So I got curious to say, how is it happening in the US, in the EU, in Singapore, in South Korea? They allow local researchers to have controlled access to it through portals, licensing, and sandboxes. So this is something that we can adopt as well for Africa, and this will fuel the AI innovation in the country. But in Africa, health records, climate data, census information is siloed. Everybody is doing their own thing. Nobody is talking to the other, even if you are from the same party. So now it's restricted. And the biggest issue is the what you call, it's unstandardized. So even if I find the data, but to feed it into my systems, I'll need to work 100 times more, because if I look for data from Ghana versus the one from Nigeria versus the one from Malawi, the way that it's captured, it's different. So now, to make it work for me, it then becomes a nightmare, which then discourages innovation. So can we be able to work on this? The third part of what I'm going to say is that, can we map and secure the critical data sets, making them, we can anonymize them, but then available for local innovators. And then we use existing infrastructure, and also we standardize the formats across borders between the RACs. We are happy the SADC is here, between the national stage and also between the research hubs there. So I was thinking the other day that if we were to build a self-driving car in South Africa, we need the data from South Africa of the potholes, of the lines that do not look like lines, so that the car can learn to see what nobody sees as the drivers can see. So, but then if it's going to be modeled in the US, has the beautiful things of the US, it comes here, it will fail, you'll start hitting people. But if it can deal with our taxi industry, then it will be a good car. So what I'm trying to say is that the data, we have it, we can use it, and it can reflect the African or the African realities. But because it's not accessible to anybody, we are not able to then build systems. There's so much activities that are going on the ground. What has happened in Africa is that the local, the grassroots, everybody, the youth are building these systems, but the government is coming only to regulate instead of supporting. I met a young girl in Ethiopia who has developed a system that she uses in her local village. She can actually see if water has got E. coli or not. And she uses AI to do that. A young girl, I think she's 17 years old. She started this project at 15 years old. So I was laughing at her to say, girls at 15, they're thinking about boys, but you are busy thinking about solving problems. But then this is what is happening on the ground. This thing is happening. But then at the government level, what are we doing as government? What are we doing as institutions, as researchers to support what is going on the ground? So now, AI governance must improve lives. Let it enhance our food security. Let it enhance our healthcare, skills development, climate resilience, public administration. And in that way, it will be just and inclusive only when it is harmonized and it's sustainable and you are able to get this going through. So, in conclusion, grounded national action is needed. What is happening at national level before we even move to the ranks? We can talk to each other. We've got more in common than what is different from us. Between me and the gentleman in Mozambique, the only thing is that I speak an English colonial language, he speaks a Portuguese. Otherwise, when we speak our local languages, we can hear each other. I think if we start looking at it from that point of view, to say that we've got more in common than different, I think we can move in a way. And then secondly, let's give access to the data. It's very, very important for the access, and then we align our development priorities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Petro. Yes. So all of our speakers will still be around even during the breaks and everything. But I think Jacob has to fly. But I have a question for you just before you leave, because I know for the other speakers, you know, they will still be seen during lunch. So Jacob, at the level of the SADC, can I ask you, what are the key challenges that you see in aligning member states around a shared vision for just AI governance? Are there any challenges that you're seeing at the level of the SADC?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Isajan. I think before I answer that question, I want to use an example. Currently, we've got oil challenges, fuel, because we are importing from where? From the Gulf states. But we've got oil in Angola. Angola, according to 2024 statistics, exported 32 billion crude oil to China, France, India, and other countries. But here in SADC, Angola is a member of SADC. We are suffering. Why? We do have the African, that free continental trade area, but are we using it? So the issue of sovereignty, we do have the resources, we do have what we need as Africa. Oil in Angola, oil in Congo, Sudan, oil in Libya, oil in Nigeria, but this oil is being exported. And then we go follow with our ships, our whatever, we go beg. No, now Iran is blocking that small tunnel. We are suffering. So I think it's time to rethink. So I think in terms of challenges, SADC, we need harmonization. We need collaboration. We need to co-create, like our colleague Pamela and my brother from Eswatini. Like he says, we've got more things in common than differences. So let's look at, as a region, how can we support each other? We are creating strategies. And how are we sharing those developmental programs with other member states? Some countries are well advanced, others are still struggling, others are at different stages of development. So how can we advance as a united region? Look at Europe. Europe, when they enact a policy or a law, it becomes binding. But in SADC, does it bind or is it binding? Each member state has to decide whether it adopts it, but they were sitting on the same table developing that policy or that strategy. When we go home, we say, no. Let's wait before we accent to this policy or strategy. So these are the challenges, our moderator. Let's rethink what we need to be, what we want to be us as a region together, and accelerate our own development. So some of these are my own perceptions. They're not for SADC. Please.
I understand. We are not.
They're not official.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
It's tricky that we co-create, but we don't, it's not binding, even though. Yeah. So, I mean, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. We are not holding you to it, but thank you for sharing your personal perspectives. So the rest of our speakers, we will still have you around, please. I'm sure that the audience might engage with you over tea, over coffee, as the case may be. Then, sorry, let's move to the next session, please. Thank you very much once again, our speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, a quick announcement. If you are missing an earring, I have it with me. No, it's not with me, actually. Alma gave it to me. I'm going to give it to Drew. Drew. Yeah, so that's Drew. I will leave the earrings with Drew if you're missing one earring. Priya? I'm sorry, while we're waiting for the speakers for session 2, please, I would like to ask everyone, so for the presenters yesterday, the photographer lady says she wants to take group photos for every panel. So, for the speakers in panel 1, he wants to take a group photo together. The 3 speakers in panel 1, the 2 speakers in panel 2, as the case may be. So after this session, if you could just come together, she wants to take the photos. And it doesn't matter if you're dressed casual or not. She doesn't care about that. Yeah, thank you.
I think for the sake of those that are watching online, we're not going to keep them waiting too long. I was just saying to Dimasani now that it's wonderful to be geeking out on just AI. This is one of our favorite things to speak about at RIA. And so how wonderful to have conversations over 2 days where you get to speak about one of the things that really lights us up as an organization and something we feel so passionate about. So thank you all for being participants over the last 2 days and for really the engaging conversations. So today we have our leaders in the hot seats. Yesterday we heard from our researchers the motivations and the advocacy for Just AI, and breaking down what some of the challenges are that we face in our contexts. And today we'll hear from, in this session, from policymakers and regulators that are working in the coalface. And because I know each of them, I know that they are equally geeks and researchers and so on. So they cross over very easily from our world into theirs. So for this session, some of the questions we have, the inquiries we have is, what does Just AI mean in their context? And how is it presenting, and what are they doing, and what does it mean, and what can it mean in the future? And then also how they are engaging with the thinkers in this room and broader groups. We heard this morning about the efforts towards multi-stakeholder participation, and we heard all through yesterday the necessity of co-creation and design and participation in the governance models that we don't now inherit, but that we shape and we influence and we design. So yeah, I suppose in terms of the format for today, it's really trying to understand the translation of what we've been speaking about, just AI, into specific AI policy terms, into data governance terms. How can researchers, civil society engage more with the different processes? And ultimately, I suppose what we want to hear is that justice isn't just a normative aspiration that we speak about, but that there's an opportunity for it to be really embedded in policy, regulation, institutions, and hopefully it's a useful framework that also solves some of the challenges there. And we appreciate from the conversations just before that within SADC and across Africa, we have a range of organizations, ministries, regulators that are either developing policies, developing regulations, developing institutional mechanisms, solving challenges around institutional coordination, enforcement, and so on. So we really turn to them for their guidance on the challenges and what they are doing. Let me introduce the panel to you. You've got the bios in the pack in front of you, but a privilege to have with us Dumisani Sondlo, who is the AI Policy and Governance Lead at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. We've already said to him a few times how often he finds himself in the hot seat, but here he is. He is the one that is responsible for the AI policy, so he's here. And similarly, Mr. Mukalani Dimba, who is the executive at the Information Regulator, responsible for education and communication. And we've had several engagements with Mr. Dimba especially over the last few months. And we know how actively they are working on a range of these issues. And then Deputy Data Protection Commissioner, Chipego Hakalima, and I said to her just now that at breakfast she's Chipego, but now she is Commissioner. So Commissioner Hakalima, welcome to the panel, who is here from Zambia. And we have apologies from Mr. Msozi Banda, the state advocate from the Ministry of Justice from Zambia, but Commissioner says she will fill in every now and again for Mr. Msozi Banda, also from Zambia. So Dumisani, to come to you, and in this introductory part, if you can take all of us from our world into your world, tell us a bit about the AI policy development process and the approaches you took and what you tried to achieve, and anything you can share with those in the room and those online about the process of developing the national AI policy.
Thank you, Priya, and thank you to Research ICT Africa for the invitation. I feel like I'm in a room full of friends. I see a lot of people that I've met before, people who've helped to get me to be at ease with the whole process of developing a policy for the country. One thing you haven't mentioned, Priya, to the audience is that I've recently published a book. Yes, and it's a process that's pretty taxing, and it gets you to understand yourself a little better. Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. So I work for the National Department of Communications on the development of the AI policy. So what I was called in to do within the department, after having served in a number of portfolios, within the sector, but also within the department. But I also, one of the things I don't want to forget, and I'd like to say this so that it will be clear in the minds of some of the people who are listening to me, is that I once opened a business, and for various reasons I had to close it down. So I understand the pressures that business people are under. I understand the whole thing about getting a phone call at 2 a.m., knowing that can only mean trouble. So at times when I do have a bit of that lens when I approach issues. So we, as the Department of Communications, we had to take a humble position and understand that we don't know anything about AI policies. And so we had to look at what policies and strategies relating to AI look like all over the world. Of course, we had to take quite a small sample. We looked at the BRICS countries. I often have to mention we could not find anything on Iran and on Russia. We also looked at countries in South America, the Far East, Europe, and Africa itself. Looked at the AU continental strategy very closely, and the AI Act of the European Union. Those gave us some really good perspective. And so we then wrote this framework. And if you look at that framework, the truth is it actually just shows what we find to be the common principles out there. But we were able to draw on various theories, including what is called the futures triangle, where we said, look, we've got problems in South Africa, but we have a vision of where we would like to go. There are documents in the government which show where we would like to go. But we also have not just the present, we also have a past. So we've got the weight of the past, but we've also got this future that's calling on us. We've also got the daily issues that we deal with. We've got the continent calling on us to actually lead. So writing this framework and putting it out there, we then got some serious inputs. I must also mention that we had a rare opportunity as part of that, of being schooled, if you know how young people use that word. We were schooled by a lady called Alison Gilwald. She sat us down for a whole, she promised 2 hours. It ended up being close to 5 hours. And we got to understand, there's just no way that you would survive a session like that without understanding the issues of justice around AI. So please always understand that then featured quite a lot in terms of how we were then to write the draft policy. So you will find a lot of weight going into issues of justice in the policy. When you read it, you don't have to necessarily look at the word justice, but you will find, let's make an example. Let's talk about, we've got 6 pillars there. One of the pillars, let's say, is about cultural preservation. Look at that through the eyes of justice. It's not just a matter of heritage. We're not just addressing issues of heritage there. We're looking at what has not gone right and what could be done, what we could do to get things, at least better. Think about languages such as the Kru and the Kwe, languages. These are languages that missed out on making an impact in Southern Africa. But these are languages that can, with the digitization of these languages and the way we want to preserve them, which can play a key role in, for instance, the security services. A lot of the security language of South Africa can be coded into those languages. Things that only people who work in those sectors would get to be able to pick up. So this is quite an opportunity for our country. And so the policy right now, to conclude, is with Cabinet. It's been a rocky ride, ladies and gentlemen. What I have learned is that you can have the most brilliant document, the most brilliant policy, but there's politics in this country.
Yeah.
There are times when you have to deal with pure politics. And you deal with some of the politics in silence, and at times you have to then switch on a little bit of that political brain and say, all right, who do we talk to? Because at times, ultimately, it's not just the numbers game in terms of the adoption of this policy or for getting Cabinet to move it forward. It's usually, you get to find out that there's a weight of personalities within the political hierarchy in South Africa. And so you then have to work it through that. So between writing a book and and working on a policy, I've also had to try to think political, something which I probably last did at university. But, well, so this has switched on a lot of the senses in me and in the team that I work with within the Department of Communications. We've had to incorporate the views which came from the Department of Science and Innovation strategy, which they wrote. That was quite a massive process. We had to take a process that's already well constructed, which had its own origins and purposes, and try to fit it into a policy for the country. But the bottom line is the policy is about the overarching principles that we would like the country to agree on. The policy is then going to be put in the hands of the sectors for them to then work out the specifics of their own sectors. We've tried very much to resist when people want to impose the thinking of their own sector on the policy. And as a result, the thinking of the sectors were then provided for it kind of as an a la carte menu to say, well, you will be free to work out an implementation strategy for your sector, which highlights these principles. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dumisani. And it's interesting to hear when you say that the seeds were planted to deal with the kind of structural issues and the inequities before getting to the shiny object of AI governance. And so what I'm also taking is that if you are the policymaker and you're working on your AI policy, then you call up Alison Gilwald for the 5-hour session, and then you take it from there. And I'm going to come back to you because I suppose you've thought about how to bring principles of justice into the framework. But I want to hear from you what the challenges that you anticipate will be as you explain and roll this out. And I suppose how people in the room and others from the multi-stakeholder groupings can support you as you take this forward. But we'll come back to that. Mkhulani, now turning to you. I don't know how many times data came up yesterday, but as the regulator and dealing uniquely with POPIA on the one side, the privacy legislation and access to data legislation, there's a lot of pressure on the information regulator to be able to build mechanisms for accountability and transparency for data-driven systems and the firms who develop the technologies, including AI technologies. But maybe to bring us into your world, how are these AI-related issues presenting at the regulator, and what are you doing to respond?
Thanks a lot, Priya. But before I respond, can I do something quickly? Very, very
Absolutely.
very quickly. She's too polite to pick it up. She it when we started. She didn't want to disturb. Amazing. Okay, thank you. So I'm with the Information Regulator of South Africa, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Hlengiwe, who is our head of research. So if there are any difficult questions, you know who to send the questions to. It's not to me. So let me just start by explaining who we are. We are a very new institution, recently established. When I say recently, it's relative. In 2016, we are established as a data protection authority for South Africa, as well as an information commission for South Africa. To our benefit, we still have the inaugural members of the commission that were appointed in 2016. One of those members is our chairperson, Advocate Pensitla Kula, who not only was the founding member of the Human Rights Commission of South Africa, but also the chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because we have been told in no uncertain terms that the information regulator is a human rights organization. We do not have the benefit to operate like a passive administrator of the access to information law or the data protection legislation. we are required to be a champion of any of the rights that are impacted by our work. So we draw our mandate from Section 32 of the South African Constitution, which provides for the right of access to information. So we have a transparency and access to information mandate. We also draw our legislative mandate from Section 14 of the South African Constitution, which establishes the right to privacy. And therefore, the work that we do should be in advancement of those two rights in Section 32 and Section 14. So when we look at the issues around AI, we have no option but to look at those issues from that lens. What does this mean for access to information? What does this mean for protection of personal information? Which then creates a dilemma for us, because by its nature, AI does two things, and not just AI, also new technologies. Through things such as, for example, generative AI, it has really exploded access to information. It has democratized access to information for a large number of our people. I think my kids have more access to information than I had at their age. So that has been the benefit of AI, liberalizing and democratizing access to information. So as the information regulator, of course, we are going to champion that and celebrate that. But in terms of our other mandate, which is about protection of personal information, we see red flags, we see warning signs, to an extent that in our own analysis, it is quite possible that the use of AI, particularly generative AI, may undo all the rights that we have in terms of preservation and protection of privacy. I will explain why that is so. I'll explain why I'm saying that. But just to give you a very recent example, when Grok started introducing certain features in Grok early this year, we started seeing people being undressed on social media. On X, people's images were being manipulated through the abilities of Grok, and for a very bad consequence, such that it led to a thorough violation of human dignity of those subjects who were, without consent, being undressed publicly. So that's one major concern. This is just a very recent example. There have been many others where you've seen fake images being created of certain celebrities, or even voice manipulation, et cetera, et cetera. But those are, really those capture the public imagination quite immediately. But there are some other back end or back office concerns that we have. For example, if you look at the training of LLMs, the training data is quite a vulnerable area when it comes to protection of privacy. We, in all our countries, we are very vulnerable to data breaches, very, very vulnerable. And this includes data related to how models have been trained. And some of the data, I do know that people say, no, the models are trained on publicly accessible data sets and databases, but that's not always the case. Some of these data sets contain personal information. And there have been examples, there have been cases where there have been breaches to the training data, or where in instances where the model itself will produce identifiable information based on the data it was trained on. There's some very good examples of this happening. So as the regulator, we're quite keen to ensure that while AI is able to spur on innovation, itself, AI is a product of innovation, but it also drives innovation. So this is a gain that needs to be protected and enhanced, but that needs to coexist within the context of the respect of human rights, especially the rights that we have now come quite used to, just naturally, just habitually. So there is a need to ensure that the rights that we have, there aren't any drawbacks as a result of unregulated use of AI. I mean, I'm still struggling, Mr. Sondlo. I'm a public official, but I'm recently arrived public official. I come from civil society ordinarily. So I'm still concerned by some of the thinking that goes into, from a human rights perspective, that goes into development of models, deployment of models. And so what we would like to see from the perspective of the information regulator is a bit more transparency in how the models are developed, how they are deployed, where they are deployed, and how are they working. And so when we talk about transparency, accountability, and access to information, I think we should draw some lessons from the access to information movement, where the movement has said to information holders, there are some basics that you need to proactively make available to the public in the interest of accountability and transparency. And I would like us to start beginning to talk about what are some of the basic minimums that are needed to ensure transparency within this context of AI development and deployment. Issues such as algorithmic transparency is one of the discussions that we need to have with the policymakers, but also with the sector. Perhaps I need to pause here for now. I think I've said quite a lot. Let me pause for now.
And I think you're speaking our language because you're taking us into the day-to-day challenges. But what I found really encouraging is that the tone set by the chairperson is that the human rights are prime. That's where we start. And I know from the work that you do and Commissioner Hakalima that you've also been involved in regional standard setting. And I think there's a ripple effect that comes from that, with being able to share that so easily and indoctrinate that in how you work. So Commissioner Halima, coming to you now, also from the Data Protection Commission, does this resonate with you in terms of the challenges that are on your desk? I suppose take us through how AI is presenting in your world, how the Commission is responding. And do you see any specific issues around enforcement, maybe that hasn't been raised yet?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. The lawyer in me is tempted to say I adopt their words as if they were my own. But just to mention a few gaps, yes, we do have a lot of them, but I've just picked out like 4 or so, due to time, of course. And I would like to indicate firstly that Zambia has a national AI policy in place. It's a 2024 to 2026, meaning it's coming to an end this year. So meaning through the interactions that we've had here, which have been very, very helpful, if I may add, we have an opportunity to actually make it better than it was. So the challenge that we have with the AI policy that is in place right now is there is no law, there is no act that it rides on in order for it to be strengthened, in order for it to be enforced. Because like we have said, we are all learning in this AI curve. So as it comes to an end, there was that issue of operationalization and whatnot. So the other issue that we had is the commission itself. I don't know, he said they are relatively new and they are 2016 for us. We are 2021, so I don't know which one is relatively new. And we only operationalized last year in 2025 in March. So we are still in the beginning of the operationalization of the commission itself. So we are still in the early stages of the organizations trying to comply with currently what is in place so that we can be able to move from that. So the principle, like trying to get into the mandatory requirements, the legal requirements, is a bit on the early side of the commission, if I may say that. So there is also no clear local standards on the benchmarks for what constitutes an unbiased algorithm within the Zambian context, particularly the local languages and the rural demographics. I'm sure this was covered yesterday when we had some discussions with the other speakers, and I noted that we have similar challenges in this area because we are only getting to understand it now. So there is also that. Then there's also a high level for goals for inclusive AI, which is difficult at the moment because we have gaps in electricity. We also have gaps in internet access in the rural areas and the urban areas as well. So those are the few that I have decided to pick up and the gaps that we are facing at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. And I feel as if between Mr. Demba and you, Commissioner, you've given me the question to come back to Dimasani on, which is about the challenges that you anticipate. And I think you've also been urged now by Mr. Demba and Commissioner Hakalima to say that on the algorithmic side, there is that need and almost desperation for real guidance on how we bring transparency and how we deal with issues of bias and so on. So if I could come to you, what challenges do you see with the AI policy as it stands? You took us into your world, the negotiation, the consensus process, and what is achievable by the end with the principles. But what challenges do you anticipate? And what is your call to action for people in the room in terms of what could support your work? And how do we engage with the processes that you have before you? Yeah.
Well, in South Africa, we are people who get very robust about in standing up for what we believe. So with the policy now being provided to the various sectors for them to develop their own implementation strategies, we're going to need I mean, if this was bread, I would say you would need some serious margarine, and maybe jam in the middle, just to make sure that people are able to work together, because each and every sector here will. I mean, it seems. We saw that in the time when we're receiving inputs, it just seemed like there would be people from various sectors who would seem very disappointed about the fact that as policymakers, we don't even see what they are seeing. And yet, in the process, all we're asking is, well, educate us about what you are seeing. And then and then later, we would like every sector to begin to work with the other sectors. Because in implementing your strategy, if there are areas where it seems like you are encroaching on what other sectors would like, let's understand that the country and the sectors are not like black and white. There's everything feeds into each other. Just because perhaps you are in the automotive sector, that's not all that you are. There's all kinds of implementation of implications about being in the automotive sector, and there are other sectors which get influenced by what you do and what you provide. So that would be the first area for me. It would be we need to have a way of working together. We need serious motivation to work together, but we also need to put our guards down and understand that we are all in a learning process here. And the policy itself is going to be reviewed after 3 years. And everybody's going to get a chance to, again, feed into it, knowing a lot more than what we know now. So on the other hand, the policy is tethered on the Constitution. It's got a strong input from the information regulator, where we're very clear about the application of POPIA in the policy. And we're actually even saying we need the regulatory bodies to now have clarity of definitions of their mandates, so that they be the ones who take up the first iteration of any regulation that would come up. We do not want to have a policy which would be heavy on regulation at the beginning. while we would like that consciousness about issues of justice, but we would like to have a policy which signals that South Africa is open for people to experiment. And that's why I would then say, in some cases, use a risk-based approach. So we get a lot of these inputs. We're going to need to, even in terms of approaches, bear with one another. Some of us have a sense that the biggest thing here is going to be justice. But there are people out there who feel that the most important thing here is going to be innovation. Yeah. And so we're gonna really need to work together and have a strong hand which carries all of this. And we need the regulatory bodies to try to also take on a bit of that mentality and say, all right, we understand that there's issues of innovation here. And so I really think that we can be able to do that. I'm confident that we're a country which has surmounted a lot of things. We have come to understand each other, even though we don't understand each other. So we've learned to live with one another. So it's just a matter of making sure that we remove that sense of urgency about the disparate interests. Yeah, that's where I would leave it at.
No, thank you, Dumisani. And I want to say that I think thriving local innovation is justice.
Indeed.
And so I think we have more in common. And we were recently working on a project, and some of you are aware of it, around the efficiencies and effectiveness of the regulatory offer when it comes to holding platforms accountable and big tech accountable and so on. And what came out of the consultations and the work that we did was this, exactly what you said about institutional coordination. And Diana, who's sitting discreetly in the second row here, what she has been building is the toolkit for institutional coordination to improve the level of accountability within the nation state. So that's currently been her project, and is doing a fantastic job. So I suppose it's good to get those cues, and I wonder if I could pick up on that and turn quickly to Muklani, to you and Commissioner Kalima, to ask you, what's your message to everyone in the room about what you need from a research perspective, research agenda, the issues on your desk? What can we do to support your work, and how can we engage better with you? And then we'll go to a quick Q&A. Yeah.
Okay, don't put pressure on us. I'm saying it a bit jokingly, but also there's a bit of seriousness to it. Given the lacuna, the regulatory lacuna, when it comes to AI, there's a tendency to look at our institutions, the data protection authorities, as that stopgap measure that will come in and regulate AI. We cannot, even if we wanted to. We cannot. And I'm saying this because we deal with personal data. We regulate the usage of personal data. Now, insofar as an AI model processes AI personal data, we would have a stake in that. But that's just a small piece of the AI cake. There's a lot of other data that needs to be regulated, that falls outside our legal, outside of our jurisdiction. So you will still have a regulatory gap, even if you bring us in. You will still need to deal with that aspect that does not fall within our mandate. And then the issue of coordination, again, very important, because our institutions, the regulatory bodies, we bring different tools and different abilities into trying to find a solution. So in our case in South Africa, we have something called the Information, Communication and Media Regulators Forum, the ICT Media Regulators Forum. So it includes entities such as the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, the Information Regulator, the Film and Publications Board, and the South African Domain Name Authority. So I think it's one of the vehicles that can be used to see, what can each institution bring on board, and how do we resolve issues of mandate so that we don't contradict each other and we don't unnecessarily overlap in trying to pursue our mandate. Just one last point. On the issue of the regulatory lacuna, somebody went to Parliament to propose that there should be a cybersecurity commission established to deal with issues of cybersecurity in South Africa. And the MP said, but why do you want to create another structure? The information regulator is there. It doesn't work like that. We need to think quite creatively. I don't know what the department has in mind regarding the institutionalization of regulation, but we should be careful not to allocate mandates to institutions that don't have the capacity to fulfill whatever we expect of them. Not to say that we don't have the skills. It's a matter of numbers, I've always said. We simply don't have warm bodies to spread around in data security, in cybersecurity, privacy, and now AI. So it's another thing that we need to carefully think about. But the regulator, of course, will be there to support all of these initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, just to agree with what he said, it's slightly different for us. I am under the Ministry of Technology and Science, which the Commission is under. There's also another body under the Ministry of Technology and Science, which is ZICTA, which regulates the mobile providers. And then we also have the Cyber Agency now through the act that was enacted in 2025, which is also sitting under the ministry. So for us, each part is already covered by the other regulators that are there. All we have to do is coordinate and work together in order for us to be able to do our work diligently and not cross-cut, like he said, to go into the other person's mandate and whatnot. So for us, it's pretty clear who has to do what and where and when. So we don't have that issue because we already established the cybersecurity. We have ZICTA there. We also have the Commission. As long as it's nothing to do with personal data, the Commission cannot extend its mandate. And with the lacunas, I think that is something that we are also looking at because we are looking to repeal and replace our Data Protection Act. We already worked on the Cybersecurity Act, and then now we are in the process of also repealing the ICT Act. So I'm sure all those issues will be able to be covered in those pieces of legislation. But I should indicate, for us, it's an election year. So 3 months, 3 months before the elections, Parliament Cabinet will be dissolved. So we have up to May 15th to actually have all this done. So apart from, if we don't do it, we have to wait until 2027, because if the new government comes in, they have to settle down. Do they want to continue with what was started by the other government? Do they want to do, we have to start afresh. It only works if the current government still continues to sit in that seat, and then we'll be able to pick it up from there. So those are some of the challenges that we get to have.
No, thank you. And I think we're hearing loud and clear this challenge of the mandates or the constraints that comes with the mandates. And I think the same is true for the ministries, the legal lacunas. And I think the researchers here will love that, because that's something where there's a lacuna, there's a research project. So I think, there's the issue of the different lacunas. And I know from different conversations that, there's the issue of the maturity. So the emphasis on the data protection side, and now this understanding that the access to information laws and regulation needs to come into maturity. And that's also on the agenda, because as we look at the lacunas, maybe we're going to find some solutions there. But also this challenge, as you said, about your independence or the constraints that come with political cycles and the top-down instructions. And so I think there was a very good glimpse into your world, and for us to appreciate how we engage with you with that understanding. So we've got time for Q&A. We're going to take 3 questions. I don't know what the democratic way is to do this. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there we go.
All for him.
Thank you so much, the panel, for sharing in your passion in the work. For me, the question is around when all the AI developments came into place. There were already established bilateral agreements and contracts and deals and corporations. Have there been efforts to audit them, to align with the new thinking, or also to tool up on the negotiation teams so that moving forward, there is the applying of the mind and the rights-based approach to negotiating these relations moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed this conversation. And the reason is, for me, it's a culmination of some of the discussions that we had yesterday. And I just want to point out that when we talk about AI, for me, I look at it as a race. Sometimes it's a relay race, sometimes it's a marathon. What do I mean? We have regulation issues to think about. We have research, we have innovation. Sometimes innovation is running ahead of regulation and regulation is trying to catch up, or vice versa. We have justice, and yesterday we had a complete conversation aligning it. But some of the things that we didn't dwell into were things to do with digital rights. And today we're talking about data and personal data and what it is that different countries are doing. So the thing I want to pose to our speakers and perhaps to all of us is, how do we move this conversation from a good to have to a must have? Because a lot of the times our discussions are, and we've talked about what we're doing nationally and regionally, but that's good to have from a policy perspective. But how do we make these policies and frameworks a must have for private sector, for public sector, for CSOs? Secondly, is how does data governance and just AI affect everyday lives of our citizens? I'll give you an example. Last year, I traveled to somewhere and I booked an Airbnb on booking.com, and my conversation was on WhatsApp. And it was such a beautiful, flawless conversation. I actually thought I was speaking to a human until the last day when I mentioned something and I realized, oops, I wasn't speaking to an actual person. But it was absolutely flawless and with no intrusion of my personal data. But today, I am staying at a place where, and this is the second time, where for me to gain access, I need facial recognition. And I know that comes from a place of security standards, but how do we draw the line, and how do you as policymakers cascade policy frameworks that give citizens the freedom to exercise their rights, whether it is human rights or digital rights, even though they have to access certain services that are AI-driven? The end.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to our panelists for such a wonderful discussion. My question is for Mr. Sondlo. I think it stems from one of our inquiries under the Just AI framework is economic justice. And I just wanted to find out, so I think we all know that Africa is a young continent with some estimates that by 2030, at least 4% of the world's youth population will be from Africa. I just wanted to find out, in the processes of developing the framework, AI framework for South Africa, what has youth inclusion looked like from a perspective of being included in this process of making this AI policy, but also from two considerations for youth under that policy? And I ask about this because we've also had a lot of emerging studies around labor and labor transition issues in terms of AI, especially for the youth that are entering the workforce right now. So I would love to hear what that has been in the South African process. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so a quick recap from my terrible handwriting is the first question was around the power dynamics when you have the tech firms descending into our countries, and do we have the necessary tools to be able to audit how they perform against our regulatory requirements? Do we have the tools to be able to negotiate fairly with them the conditions of access? And the second question was around digital rights and how it can be meaningfully applied. So if we speak about justice, when we speak about rights, then what are the responsibilities that we place on the private sector? And for citizens, how can they meaningfully engage and get better access to justice? And then the third question around a challenge around whether we have included youth in the way that we develop our policies and thoughts on how we might do that. Yeah. So we can start, Dumisani, with you and then we
Okay.
go down. Yeah.
Well, seeing that there's more of the questions coming in my direction. So, okay, let me start right at the end. The policy itself puts a level of accountability on the process to be inclusive. Make sure that we get as much input as possible. So we haven't put specific measures to say to get inputs from, let's say, the youth or the students or this. We intend to run quite an exciting process of getting people to hear about AI and contribute to the process, to contribute to to issues of this draft AI policy. So the youth can actually help in terms of that. But the policy itself says that when it comes to areas, for instance, which are going to be affected by AI, we through the sectors, these areas need to be mapped very clearly. And we have strategies which say, because of the impact, these are the actions that need to be taken in this sector, in that sector, and that sector. And so, like I said earlier, we then need that strong hand in the middle, which then say, because of the ideas that come from various sectors, let's take something which was not mentioned in this sector and that sector, which is very clear that it would have an impact because it comes from another adjacent sector. So that's what we intend to do, to then bring in ideas which are diverse and then be able to tackle for instance, the matters of labor transition. But coming back to the agreements, with big tech, really we haven't done an audit of those, and the question itself really helps. Because this is how we have been learning in this process, daily coming to events like this and being asked questions about things that did not even come through in the public inputs that we got. So that then means, please could you bring it up again in the public consultations. I think by then, can you also bring it up with an idea which says, do it this way and don't do it that way, because where they did it before, this is what they were and that they missed. So in that way, we can be able to take into account the experience that you have and that your organization has in these areas. Well, I'll leave it to you, sir, to talk about perhaps the issues of how data governance affects lives. I mean, it's got clear stories and how we cascade the policies, as well as the rights that come with those to the citizens. As a government department, that's where we tend to fail. We tend to not then close the loop and say, because this is in the theory of development of policies. We tend to leave it to the regulatory institutions to then measure the impact. And I'm not sure how wisely we then factor those lessons in terms of, in terms of future policy making. So it's very important. I mean, these questions are very important, and I also think it then begins to matter who the policymakers that are sitting in front of the people are. We have to always be conscious of the fact that we live in this country, and the policies are going to affect not just us, but our parents, our grandparents, and our kids and our grandkids. So we need that constant sense of consciousness in terms of how these policies impact us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The one issue we haven't discussed, and we've run out of time, is the issue of jurisdiction. We are struggling. We are right now, as information regulator, dealing with 4 cases involving big tech companies, and the issue of jurisdiction has loomed very large in our trying to determine these particular complaints that we received. I think it comes from the access to information side, but I really do think when we talk about accountability in AI, this is an issue. This is going to be an issue as well, largely because a lot of the data centers, we were told earlier that only 2% are based on the African continent. And so what does that mean in terms of enforcing some of these rights that we've been talking about if these data centers are outside our jurisdictions? So it's a big discussion that we need to have, but we don't have time now. I wanted to quickly talk to the issue of how the public gets to receive this type of information around AI and new tech and how it impacts on their lives. We always say, we've always heard the phrase that data is the new oil of the information economy, but also it's a currency of the information economy. And people, users of various digital platforms, they pay with their personal data to access these platforms. Thank my colleague conducts public opinion surveys on an annual basis, and we're finding that young people, they are the most aware of their privacy rights, yet they are also the most willing to make those trade-offs, saying, I am willing to hand over my personal information as long as I get to access this particular platform or access this particular product. So there is a need to invest quite heavily on media and information literacy. It's fine to have a regulatory mechanism in place, a strong, effective regulatory mechanism, but you also need to deal with the demand side. You need to deal with the clients, the customers. They need to know the impacts, the consequences of some of the decisions that they make by participating in digital platforms. We're still a far, far way away from a point where I can say there is a clear understanding of some of the risks and some of the understanding of some of the trade-offs that people make when they participate in digital spaces.
Just to agree with him, it's something that for me, I would say it's everyone's responsibility because it's your information at the end of the day. You have to know where you're taking it, why you're taking it there, and is it being used for that particular purpose that you have provided it for? It comes back to you. Because at the end of the day, we can't be expected to come to each and every individual and tell you, no, don't do this, don't do this, when you know you want to get something out of something. So for us right now, we are just relying on the act itself that is in place. Like I stated earlier, we hope as we repeal and replace the acts that are in place, we'll be able to cover those gaps that are there right now. So, and we issue guidelines. Our guidelines are binding. Every year, like last year, we issued guidelines requiring all controllers and processors to be able to go through the training if they're handling personal data. So we have that in place. So we will be releasing guidelines here and there. And for us, it's quite unique because our guidelines will bind you, unlike guidance notes, which are optional. So we do that regularly and we'll be able to publish them so that you have access.
Thank you very much, panelists. And I love that in the last segment, we put a bit of a spotlight on young people. And I think we heard from them last night as well, that the innovation is rampant, that they are engaging with data, they're resourceful in terms of how they get it. They are in need, what you said about the public opinion survey showing this understanding of governance or hesitation when it comes to privacy. I think we heard that last night as well, that there is that understanding, but maybe not the resources and the tools on how to, what to do when faced with that dilemma. And so I think there was also an urging to say, if we are taking that foresight lens, we're writing for the future, we're building for the future, then this also puts a spotlight on what they need as well. So thank you very much. It's tea time now, and we come back for a very exciting session because the next session is about what we take forward from all of this. And so we're going to hear from a fantastic panel on where to from here. And I'll hand over to Kola, but I think it's tea time. Yeah.
But it's tea for everyone else, apart from the presenters yesterday. So just stretch your legs and make yourselves comfortable. But please, panels 1 to 6, just a quick 2 seconds of your time to take photos together. Please come forward. If you know the members of your panel, you can get everyone together. But otherwise, you can refer to the program and just check. So the panelists and the moderators,
Master. Hello, everyone. Let us get settled. A very good morning to everybody. Welcome back. We are now on session 3, and we have a very excellent panel that is coming up after we have had since yesterday from our researchers that were getting us through, the different issues, different research areas that they were presenting. And today, as you saw on the program that we have pivoted to a policy focus. And we've had, just after the session that we've had from those that sit in the policy space and the regulatory space, and we've also had from the perspective of South Africa, the perspective of Zambia. So now we have an excellent panel here that is going to now unpack some of the practicalities when we are looking at all these things that we have been speaking about from yesterday. And we have, been hearing the words multi-stakeholder approach, practical approach being thrown around, so they will be unpacking all those issues from the perspectives that they come from. So they represent different domains. They are going to tell us what is working. They are going to tell us what is not working, what are we grappling with, and if we have those issues that we are grappling with, then how do we navigate those kind of gaps or challenges. But they are also going to reflect on the priority areas. What should we do? Not only what should we do, but who should be doing what. So my name is Hlengiwe Dube. I am a senior research fellow at Research ICT Africa, and I'm going to be the moderator of this session, and I'm joined by an excellent panel. I keep on repeating because as they are speaking, you will see that they exude their excellence. So I have here to my immediate right, Chennai Che, who is the director of Masakane, and next to her we have Dr. Annette, and I am not going to butcher her second. Don't worry. So we are going to have a side chat on how to pronounce it later on, but for today we are just going to call it Dr. Annette, who is also from the University of Cape Town. And she's specifically coming from the Africa Hub on AI safety and peace and security. And next to her, we have none other than Dr. Alison Gilward, who is the founding director of Research ICT Africa and also now a distinguished emeritus fellow, still at the same institution. So some of you have already met them and you are familiar with their work, but some of you are meeting them for the first time, but they will take us through some of the things that, or the work that they have been doing. We'll start off the conversation by looking at the justice-oriented approach to AI. And I just want us to reflect as we start the conversation on whether it adds value. And we know that there are some of the challenges. So maybe you can also reflect on where it's still falling short in terms of the practicability of it. So we'll start off with you, Chennai.
Thanks, Hlengiwe. So I'll start off by greeting you all in my own language. Masurase, Mamukase, in Shona, which means how are you? How has your day been? I would expect a response back in your own languages. But the reason why I greet you in my own language is around centering why justice is important. For me to be able to communicate with you all in a language that I speak, with it being translated to your own African language, provides that value and breaks down that barriers of trying to understand how we speak with each other. In a country like India, there's an institution called Bashni. They've done this at the India AI Impact Summit. as I would be speaking in English, the work would be getting translated right behind me. And that was really powerful in bringing in people into the room. So the inclusivity aspect of a justice-centered, oriented approach. And then I think when we think about justice, particularly around language, for the longest time, the African continent has been colonized with our main similarities being the 3 languages of dominance, 3 or 4, depending where you are. So Portuguese, French, or English. But those are not our languages. And most of us have learned in those foreign languages as a way in which for us to be able to integrate into the economy, into the political space, but often our own languages were demonized. So if we take on that justice-oriented approach, it elevates African language and African value, and acknowledging the fact that we cannot be Pan-African or seeking independence if we don't recognize our own identities, which come with our languages. And so then, in thinking about this also, it's the justice-oriented approach helps us to ask questions of who is this benefiting? For why is this work being prioritized? And at the end of the day, actually allows us to unpack the differences that we have as people, because we don't speak one language as people, as Africans, but there are also diversities in the cultural nuances, even in those languages. Then I think the challenges there, just to wrap up, is of course that it always really is in the practice. The whole idea of when we do take on a justice lens, we also do see that being captured by big tech. The India AI Impact Summit, I think the previous speaker on the first panel did mention this, around how it included so many people. I was there, I think there were about 200,000 people bussed in on one day, and of those, there were 10,000 women who were engineers. That's a big difference, particularly if we're thinking about the STEM issues where women are often underrepresented. However, put into bigger context, most of the panels were still very much male-centered. Secondly, the big tech companies co-opted the language of justice. So a lot of the commitments towards open and inclusive technology were actually languages that have been crafted by justice-centered communities. The work that Masakane has done focusing on community, we're excited for it because it opens up resourcing to us. But then the reality is justice has also been co-opted, and there's power dynamics that need to be unpacked so that we deal with the realities of historical exclusions, who has the power, where is the money coming from, and at the end of the day, who does this benefit?
Thank you, Chennai. We are going to come back to you on the work that Masakane is doing, but now I want to move on to Dr. Annette. From the work that you have been doing, I want you to just take us through what you understand as a just-oriented approach to AI, and also just reflect on where you see the most value coming out of that approach, and whether you see any weaknesses around it.
Okay. Well, let me first start off by thanking Ria for this amazing framework. It is really, really well done. I've really enjoyed reading it. I think it is very easy to disseminate, to understand, and to adapt and use in policy circles and in academia. So to give you all a bit of background, I am both a policy person and an academic. So I worked for many years for a policy outfit and started by looking into cybersecurity issues. In the last 15 years, I've looked a lot into environmental and safety governance arrangements through UCT, and I've recently entered the AI frame, mostly looking at governance issues and also trying to understand AI harms and risks. I think for me, it has been really interesting to see very similar debates happening in this AI space to the other kind of areas that I've been involved with. So it's safety, governance, and conservation. And I think just to echo what Chennai said, often we do get co-opted. So our thinking is taken over. So just to give an example, in conservation, there's been a lot of talk about community-centered conservation of late, and it's actually the major donors and governments and often private private sector players that are now co-opting this notion of community engagement or community-led governance. But it is often just a tick box exercise. So it's something on a donor report, and it really doesn't translate to realities on the ground, to the lived realities. And I think in terms of a just framework for AI, I would also warn that we really need to check that the right people sit around the table, that we are not just co-opted into bigger systems that are run from the US or elsewhere. I think one of the highlights of the Just AI framework, I see the ethics of care that you've included. And I think that really speaks to African philosophies, to ways of thinking and being. And I really congratulate you on that. And I think that is something that we really should be building on. So to come to the field of safety governance, which I work on a lot, the predominant approach is one of enforcement and top-down management. And often we forget about people, so there's very little community engagement. So I think what you've been talking about in your framework is really, really useful, and maybe that is a very good stepping stone to build on. So basically a focus on relationality, on context, and then also the human flourishing. I think that's a very important starting point. I leave it at that for now.
Thank you for those initial remarks. I'll come back to you on another note, but Prof, you have been working in this space for many years. You have undertaken research, you have taken advisory roles as well, you're in different spaces. What is your comment on this Just AI approach? And probably you see some weights falling short in terms of practice, or probably where you see it working very well. What has been the experience, or what are your reflections?
Thank you so much, Sangria. I think just to sort of reiterate Priya's point yesterday, that it's really incredible, only 2 years on, that at our second Just AI conference, it's now become so commonly kind of referenced in these frameworks alongside responsible and ethical, that it's got so commonly used, it's now already co-opted by big tech in a number of ways, which I hopefully we'll get some time to discuss. So, I think there has been this big shift, but I think in the kind of popularization of it, often the really sort of hard struggle groundwork on what data justice in particular now, impacting on AI justice meant. And it, really did tie into, concepts of the just transition, the just transition from analog to digital, what additional dimensions of regulation, etc., were needed in order to create equality, to create equitable inclusion, not just minimal, very small little bits of inclusion and exclusion. I think, so as I said, some of that really quite groundbreaking work that was done, again, through IDRC sponsorship of us, our participation in a number of these forums, like the G20 that Dumisani was also referring to from the DCTT, has really allowed us to get this issue on the international agenda. And I think that was really important. And I think where it took forward this very respected and fantastic work that's been done by Lynette Taylor and also at Denick and various other European scholars, was that it extended in the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence data. We were able to take that data justice into the GPA, which, as you know, was set up by OECD and had a lot of very brilliant data scientists and very brilliant lawyers at that stage, all from the global north. And and get that agenda into that forum and discuss it at a global level. And I think it was the extension, because we had all sorts of, Alan Turing Institute commissioned in this working group that I was leading, working on that. But it actually took it coming back to Africa, and RIA worked together with Global South, IT for Change, in taking that agenda forward by centering economic justice into this argument, which is, still, I think my critique of this framework is that, we keep saying, in the GDC and various other forums do that, there's a nod to structural inequality. And, it's like we don't fix structural inequality in an election term or a, regulator term or whatever it is. And so people focus on what they can fix. And as a continent, we've only got people in offices and doing jobs at certain times. So we've kind of just bypassed that. But it's really what distinguished this work, and I really urge us again to look at that data policy framework and the data justice in JPA and the social and economic primers that were produced for governments. And I don't say this lightly at all, and I'm not being conspiratorial, but it was these real challenges to the asymmetrical power, the interests, the very dominant and influential interests of big tech within the global north around policy, and of course the enormous efforts by big tech to subvert the European Union regulatory agenda at that time. And this is why I really think it's important that our discussion is not about, on this, and I know this is what you don't mean, Chennai, because we've had lots of discussions, but I don't think it's about just, I'm having to compromise and get this funding on this project because it doesn't come from, I'm not going to get it from anybody else. It's about big tech systemically, globally, having determined our various policies. And I think, it's actually instrumentalized these, it's co-opted them in a way that they've actually embedded in our systems. So if we take this, there's a fabulous paper by Bruhan and Barbosa on sovereignty as a service. And they actually document how Microsoft and Gates have actually said, sovereignty is a problem, we will embed it in the cloud. You don't have to worry about it. It's a technical standard, you can move right on. And in this way, they've kind of removed the agency, removed self-determination from this. It's now a technical thing that you tick box. It's not actually a political act of people and of citizens and of defending your citizens. And at the AI Summit, we sat in a panel, I think some of us were in the room, were actually in it, where they've now said, oh, we're going to do this with trust. You got a problem with trust? Amazon says, don't worry, we're going to have a technical standard for trust. No discussions of legitimacy, So of course you can put some cyber security standards and things on that. But actually, that now your national agency around what your sovereignty is it's going to be taken care of technically. And that, of course, then influences, this is layers upon layers, but I'm just asking us not to ignore that layer, which has actually substituted the roles of government and governance at the international level. So, you take big global processes that we're all part of, the Global Digital Compact and now the global dialogue on AI, and you look at what the actual forces are behind some of these things, and you tick the multi-stakeholder boxes. And I think Odette and the UN have been fantastic on really going to consult people and trying to get sort of greater involvement. But at the end of the day, the issues of justice and redress, even if you do get justice into that text, are not actually, people don't put their hands into their pockets when it actually comes to paying for some of these problems. And so I think we really have to center the issues of economic justice, social and economic justice. And just to say that is not a first generation human rights issue. Like responsible and ethical AI, defending privacy is important, but it's completely inadequate to redress the challenges that we're facing. And so we really have to move from this very legal compliance framework, European Union type framework, and just identifying risks, at looking at how do we enable opportunities? How do we get economic justice by regulating Dumisani for innovation? Because if you're actually if you're in an African country, and you can't get access to your own country's data because actually your own governments are giving it away because Google says they can do this and Amazon says they can do that. And they're actually, funding all our activities. So the Microsoft, the Gates African Village at our summits and these sorts of things. These are the people who are bringing us together. Our national consultation processes are funded by these people who make, keynote addresses. And then we wonder why our policies look like they do. So I really think, we can't keep doing the same things and hope for different outcomes. I'm always saying this, I'm saying it in South Africa, I'm saying it internationally. And so I'll just say one or two just last things. So I think we have to move on this issue to, second generation rights have to be up there with first generation rights. And then the question does become, what are the institutional arrangements and what are the incentives to actually shift from where we are? And I think there's a really important, very big question that we have to speak about, and it was raised in the previous panels, and that is really around the geopolitical and political economy of AI that we have to confront as Africa, because we're not going to win the way that we're doing it. We can't be in a situation where we are so structurally unequal and structurally damaged that we cannot get our national, our continental AI strategy funded by Africans. It was meant to even be done by multilateral organizations, which are already, by the way, also totally compromised because of the funding that's happening globally. So multilateral organizations in the G20 process had to stand back from some of the issues we want to discuss because they were still awaiting a US kind of sanctioning of their budgets and stuff, dipping off of that. We've got other ones that actually, are operating just as extensions of OECD, pushing agendas onto the continent. So other people have spoken about, so we've got 40 or data protection acts, or we've got, 15 AI strategies in countries with less than 20 or 30% internet connection, without even a critical mass to exercise the benefits of these technologies at all. So we really have to address these underlying things. And this is a long-term research problem and a research agenda. So, we keep speaking about the inequality, but then we don't actually continue to address it. The money that's gone into the AI strategies, grateful as we all are, as recipients, it's been completely diverted from the underlying inequality, unfinished projects of connectivity, and very importantly, demand-side constraint. So that even if we do allow access to these access to data, access to compute and these kinds of things, it's going to be this very narrow elite that can actually benefit from these. And hopefully they can, and they can build backends that will improve, our government systems and those kinds of things. But these are very fundamental things. And in this current geopolitical environment, it is each man for himself. And it's mostly each man. I say that advisedly, but each woman too, hopefully collectively. Women can do something. But if you look at the outcomes of some of these agendas, if you look at the G20 agenda, diplomatic, great success. But on the digital economy side and on the AI side, we were not able to get any substantive agreement. And on this very ambitious, fantastic AI task force agenda we had, looking at the entire value chain, looking at the injustices across the entire value chain, and demanding that there were, African imperatives around this. And I want to make the point, because everybody focuses on Trump and the UK. The US. The US had stepped back from this agenda long ago. They were not involved in these discussions. They were already gone. It was Western democracies that broke the consensus on data justice, on data sovereignty in those countries. So we need to realize, and that's in the context of the end of development funding, as we know it. I think we really have to think seriously about that, because I think I discussed it yesterday. I think the FCDO budget for next year for Africa has been cut by 56%, 57, 58%, close to 60%. And these countries that are now talking about new middle orders coming together, including South Africa and Brazil and those sorts of things, these are the same countries that last week on the vote against slavery abstained on slavery. So I think we've got to look there for for reparations and ways to work together. But it has to be more fundamental. There has to be fundamental reform to these big architectures that influence our ability to do these small things. It has to affect our, for example, G20 agenda on debt relief, on on the Security Council reform, on the financial architecture reform, because otherwise we never break these dependency cycles. Sorry, I've spoken far too long. I won't speak anymore. You don't have to give me any more questions.
I'm sure now you can realize how that meeting, which was referenced in the previous session, moved from 2 hours to 5 hours. So you have given us a lot to think about, and a lot of these dynamics that we continue to reflect on. So picking on from where Prof left, Dr. Annette, I want you to just take us to the issues around AI safety and risk from our context on the continent, and maybe if you can just talk about how a justice-oriented approach can reshape conversations in that space, particularly in relation to there are issues around peace, there are issues around security, and also societal stability as well.
Okay, that's a great question. So just to go a bit back, so we recently, with the funding of IDRC and the British government, set up the African Hub for AI Safety, Peace and Security at the University of Cape Town, and we also collaborating with the Global Center on AI Governance. And basically, we do have this lovely concept of AI safety in our name.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who's a social scientist and does a lot of research, it doesn't pass me by that AI safety in itself is a very controversial term.
Mm.
And I think one of the big take-homes from my recent work on AI governance issues is that we're actually accepting a lot of terms with concepts and terms without looking into the meaning, where they come from. I had a meeting last week and I found out that deep fakes is actually a very, very controversial concept itself. It was somebody, a perpetrator actually came up with the term. I suppose it's the same as fake news. So anything that we're looking into, we should actually probe what we're looking into, whether it's deep fakes, fake news. There's so many interesting concepts that we're using in the space. So that's for start. What we're doing with our Institute Hub now is we actually giving this AI safety concept a very African conceptualization.
Mm-hmm.
We also, we've been working on something that we call harmscapes framing, and I would say it really complements the Just AI framework beautifully. Just to explain what I mean by harmscape. So basically, I'm a criminologist, amongst other things. And for me, criminology is one of the most traditional and probably colonial disciplines that you can find, because it's premised on law and order. And a lot of law and order concepts and theories are northern. And we've just taken them on, and we basically applying northern concepts and paradigms and theories to our context. And so, for example, if you look at risks and harms, they're usually framed in terms of crimes, and it's usually an individual that we're looking at, and we're looking at a moment in time. We never look at the structural history. We don't look at the politics, the inequity. So what we've come up with is to say, well, this harmscapes framework that we're proposing is, it basically maps structural violence and how historical injustices, institutional failures, and everyday insecurities compound and intersect with our lived realities. So it means we're looking at spatial and temporal aspects, so time and space, but we really try to understand how different things intersect. So it's not just if you look at, for example, at an AI harm, there's not only a digital element to it, there's also real life lived experience and physical reality to it. So in terms of the Just AI framework, I think it is really important that we look at how technological interventions fit into these harm landscapes and how best to address them. A lot of people in the last few presentations, especially yesterday, there was talk about polycentricity, which is a very interesting framework. We've been moving more and more to what we call nodal governance, which really focuses on community-owned, community-run governance schemes. And what it means with regards to AI safety is that really you look at the entire value chain, and it is what you have in the Just AI framework that we co-design. I think Dumisani was also talking about the really important co-design aspects. So we don't just present something when it's done and get sort of a sign off from people directly impacted by what we're proposing. So do you also wanted to know more about specific AI harms and risks, or
maybe just briefly?
Yeah, just briefly. So I mean, we have a couple of projects that look into technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and also how there aren't guardrails in some of the African languages. So we're trying to red team and understand, whether people are actually protected in some of these AI systems. We're looking at, deep fakes, which are digital forgeries is apparently a better term to use there. We're quite interested how digital forgeries are being implemented and used, especially when it comes to elections, politics, and so it's early days, so I can't really present any major results yet. We literally started with the hub a few months ago. So there are lots of interesting projects that will happen, and we are actively seeking out collaborations, and especially looking forward to talking more with Chennai and Ria. So yeah.
Indeed, I mean, there are always opportunities for collaboration when you just scan around the room. I'm sure those will come, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that area.
Yeah.
So we are still going to be learning the new term and digital forgeries to replace deepfakes. So thank you for those reflections. Now I want to come back to you, Chennai. In your opening remarks, you had started, giving us bits of what Masakane has been doing. Now I want you to take a deep dive, as we say, into this work and just reflect on what it will take for AI systems to genuinely reflect and save African languages and knowledge systems. And this is coming from the fact that if you are looking at the Just AI framework, it does place a lot of emphasis around issues related to inclusion, related to justice, language diversity. So if you can take us through that.
Thanks so much, Lengwe. Wow, where to begin? So I think it's important for me to actually position Masakane. Masakane started in 2019, thereabouts, as a loose community of researchers interested in natural language processing and machine translation. At that time, there wasn't an African dataset that they could find. In fact, what they relied on was JW300, which is basically the Jehovah's Witness 300. So you can do your maths there on why that one was created. And so then the approach there was, okay, fine, if our languages are not represented, and they were also not being given respect in academic spaces, such as I think it's ACL, one of the largest language conferences, because they're mostly researchers, and so they were being told to go to another conference that happens every 2 years or so. So you can already tell what that does to young people who are trying to reclaim their languages and who are doing this without any of the international support. 2020 came about, and COVID happened. And it's important to situate it in that way because at that time, the only way they could all connect was through the internet. So it also did mean that the people who then were able to access this were people who had access to Slack and city internet, and they set up rooms to discuss any questions they had. It was, I think, if we're talking about practical application of a justice perspective, is if you take away the word and you look at the action, it was driven by the need to just do the work. No one was funding it. No one was supporting them. Most of them who were in international universities were being asked to look at language structures of international languages, not African languages. What the Masakane community did when it came together was actually respond to a data void and a knowledge void, having Masakane as a different network of people coming together and developing a practical research paper where then they brought in different players, multiple players into the room and said, okay, one will clean the data, create the data sets, validate in their language, and then they produced a paper, which actually won an award from Wikimedia, that actually indicated this is what it looks like to have a practical approach in building language data sets. So the value of community really did start from there, and everything was being done by the bootstraps. And so then as we build it up, Alison and I have had this conversation around the funders, and I think this is a call out to everyone in the room, is that no one believed in them because they were young people. And I remember writing about AI around that time, and I was being told by much more senior researchers in the ecosystem that AI is not an issue for Africa.
Wow.
But it is interconnected because every technology is progressive. We don't have to necessarily say this one starts here and the other one moves on. Connectivity is connected to any new technology that does come up. Before, when people had, it used to be an elite option to have access to a mobile phone. Now, a majority of people have mobile phones. We now need to look at what type of mobile phone that they have, right? So it is in that context that Masakane was supported by organizations such as Google by giving them access to tokens and compute that allowed for them to do the work. Governments on the African continent were like, cute, that's great, good luck. And I'm saying it in the condescending way because this is the reality, particularly for young people trying to innovate. And then so from there on, what we now exist is an example of scaling, where we Masakane African Languages Hub, which is anchored by Masakane Research Foundation. So the Masakane community is still there, and I invite you all to join it to learn to see if your language is covered, how you can contribute to it, because it's open to all stakeholders. People are still organizing on Slack, but one day we hope to have something like this. And so then for the African Languages Hub that I lead, we were also set up a few months ago. So we are but 10 months old. And we literally built the plane while flying. At least this year, we took some time to also build the parachute. And we've been funded by IDRC, FCDO, and Gates Foundation, and Google, and Microsoft. Those are our funders. And so one of the key things that we actually recognize our role in this is to actually have African-led AI as best as we can, but we cannot do it alone. So our premise is also to build these technologies by going far together. So what we find ourselves in positioned in thinking about this just AI approach is, one, our values that drive our work building on Ubuntu are also care, community, and collaboration. We care for ourselves as a team and as for the people who are contributing to this work. So that makes us think about equitable justice approaches. We know there's the issue around content moderators and data annotators, that they're mostly ill-treated, it's a low-paid job, and we're trying to figure out how do you create like a standard of payment to people in the ecosystem. Because we're in the business of creating foundational data sets. And fortunately, I've had previous work experience where we've had international funders tell us, you don't pay people for volunteering for their own languages because, well, it's their language, we're giving them the privilege. Right now, we've shifted into actually having partners who actually ask us, how much are people earning as part of this work? So that's addressing the labor aspect and the economic aspect, one part of it. We haven't gotten to the labor standards yet. And then also, we really think about what does it look like to create, our main mission is to create 500 hours of, one of them, automatic speech recognition data for about 50 African languages. We've identified these 50 African languages on the grounds that they're documented as being the most spoken. And so then our target as the hub is to actually then create innovations and models, multimodal data as well. So text, voice, and imagery. So those three forms of data is what we contribute to. And then we do it from a perspective where it's community centric. So we are creating specifically for 50 languages through partnerships and grant making, but we're also creating tools and resources that other people can apply into their own contexts. And this is how we work overly with the Masakane Research Foundation, because Masakane Research Foundation is mainly championing the independent research and community work. So we come in for that practical application of the work as the hub in building the wider Africa NLP ecosystem. And then also we really focus on research. So the practical application of the research. And I think this is where the framework is quite valuable for us in thinking about what's the real world applicability of this data we're collecting. So thinking about benchmarking the data to actually see that if the models that are built on top of them, are they relevant? Will they work in different language contexts? And I think this is part of the work that we will likely be doing. Thinking also about the safety evaluation and having a human in the loop. So we can build the models for benchmarking, but it's important to actually take them into the real world. We call it the wild, to see if it actually does really work. And we've seen like a lot of big tech companies launch a lot of benchmarkings and say, hey, this is going to work. We've got 1,000 African languages covered, but are they really covered? That's another thing. And then also, lastly, as Masakane, in terms of thinking about our scaling, and I think this is part of what I think thinking about justice is also, how do you sustain this? So for us, a practical approach is thinking about innovation. And someone once said this, that Africa is known for, what is it called? Many, what are those like small exercises, like small use cases? So we'll do a use case here, we'll do an experiment here, we'll do a, there's nothing that really thinks about building the whole ecosystem in a way where it can be a sustained business model. So where we start off from the hub, at least, is thinking about investing in practical applicability in use cases focused on agriculture, health, financial inclusion, and government services. And we take a gender responsive approach as one of our approaches to diversity, equity, and inclusion. But we're also growing that because there's the need to recognize that when we think about justice, is it catering for the people who have different forms of speaking? Is it inclusive of people with disabilities? Is it inclusive of people who may not have access to a smart device? So this is some of the examples. I think this was done in Rwanda, and Rwanda is a great country because it's small and they can do it. But they actually did create a solution that can be accessed on a basic phone. So they use a USSD approach, and you get information for COVID-19. At that time, it was for COVID-19 in French, Kinyarwanda, and English, because those are the languages of communication. And then also really thinking about how do you then create, and I think the biggest gap in thinking about this justice approach is, and I have to use the business language, but what are the business models, right? We're all saying we don't want to continuously be funded by foreign entities. So it's great that we're in this Gibbs institution. I would be curious to know, like, what is the business approach that can be taken? How do we go to people who fund governments ridiculous amounts of monies and say, hey, language is not just about culture, it's also about opening up economic opportunities, it's also about opening up educational opportunities, and it's not just about preserving something. And then it's also really thinking about the developers on the continent, what it is that they're contributing to, and how do we create a sustained ecosystem of tech entrepreneurs, big companies, and my favorite is always the financial sector, because they've got a lot of money, the banking ecosystem. How do they then also contribute to the growth in this way, where we can have two parallel tracks, social impact investments, but also business-wise investments, because at the end of the day, people still want to eat. Some people can't always be eating from a social impact perspective. And sometimes social impact will always leave Africa in this position of, we always need to be saved, we always need to be helped. So there's a need for us to be positioned in a way where we think about justice, in that justice is not always about us being woe is me, but actually to say we are the forerunners of an innovation that will have an impact long-term for our society. So yeah.
Thank you, Chalai. So I was struggling to really like say, we have to move. But I really appreciate you taking us through
the work that Masakane, has done, and well positioning it within this, justice framework. And also, I like the fact that you have mentioned something that was not really quite mentioned from yesterday, the issue of persons with disabilities. We have thrown around the word inclusion a lot, but we have not really been specific around the issue of persons with disabilities. And I'm glad that the work at Masakane is also focusing on that, because that's a very important aspect. So, Prof, very briefly, I want you to talk to us from a political economy perspective, and maybe just take us through some of the issues or some of the approaches that we can take in terms of addressing some of the structural barriers that we face as a continent in achieving some of the just AI outcomes.
I note briefly. I also note that you've given me a question that's about 10 PhDs probably or beyond. But of course, I love the question because I really don't think we can answer these questions either around the research agenda or, how we deal with these big problems. And I think it's incumbent on us, and I think the idea of this panel is also to take forward, we've said a lot about what's wrong, and I spent a lot of the first question saying what's wrong. But how can we take this forward? What can we do? It seems also disempowering, and so structural. That what can we do? So I wanted to say I think there's. As I said, I don't think we can do what we've continued to do. There's certain things that we need to work on a kind of supporting a reform agenda. So I think I would still say that, and maybe this is some sort of quaint old notion, but I still think multilateralism is really our only solution. And my question is, in a no longer unipolar world, and I think the advantages, by the way, to this international disruption and disorder, because we have not been beneficiaries of a lot of this order anyway. European countries might feel that they're now not the beneficiaries of the hegemonist stability of the US, but this has been like that for us for a long time. But I do think they're not immediate other solutions. I do think we are in a multipolar world, and we need to be focusing our work far more than we have at BRICS, at other formations. That in this crisis that we're in, we actually see the benefits, long-term benefits of neutrality. In many of our African cases, but also that we actually use the international system where we can. So I think there are a number of issues where we can continue to do the work on debt reform and those things, because these are actually global. We need to get these states that don't seem to have the capacity or staying power, whatever it is, the resolve to really change things, to do things. So, for example, we're all dependent on these big tech companies at the moment, which concentrated 70% of the world's wealth or something. It's got to. But if these companies only paid taxation, we would actually not have this problem. And certainly across Africa, there's some countries and it's very small and it wouldn't be that much. But these are actually all aspects undermining sovereignty and mining state formation, our ability to fulfill our obligations to our citizens and get all these innovations and stuff to work. So I think we have to continue that work. But I think Africa cannot any longer hope that one day somebody's going to be, yes, we have been very bad to you and now we'll fix it properly with lots of money, or whatever it is. We've got to look at our own systems, and and our own systems being very much a product of neo-colonial, patrimonial. A lot of our states are not. Everybody's looking at the inquiry and looking at it from a purely descriptive point of view, and they're looking at it and saying, oh, they've whatever country, they've got they've got a constitution with human rights. They've got we have to look critically behind that. We have to say, okay, so you've signed off on all of these, but actually your courts are not independent. They haven't protected the constitutional rights and these kinds of things. And then, of course, the economic opportunities that we're not creating. And the realization, I think my main point is that our real effort now needs to be around Pan-Africanism. We absolutely don't have the individual capacities, even the bigger of us, to confront the challenges that face us and to assert our sovereignty, reclaim our dignity, and do these kinds of things at a global level. So we need to look at what are the, and we've got so many things in place, but they still have these dependencies and things that are there. But we've got harmonization frameworks in place. We've got this very progressive African Union data policy framework. So many of the things that Dr. Mbuli was saying earlier, they're in our data policy framework. We've got data justice. We've got access to data. We've got preferential access for researchers. It's in our data policy framework. We need to get those implemented. So we have to work at a global level. We have to get African institutions working. They can't, we've got to get Africans to pay for them, and we've got to get Africans to pay for them collectively, because there's some states that simply can't afford to pay for them, but we've got to get them paid for. We've got to get them capacitated so that they can do this job. And we have to use there's a lot of local expertise here. We have to create an enabling environment from it. We've got to fix those research budgets, all of those things that were spoken about, the access to data, the compute, the various things that we need. But we can only address those at a continental level. So we need to look, what are the specific institutions, what are the institutional adjustments we need to take? Because we've already taken these institutions that are so-called, human rights, whatever, and then, they're not working. What are the institutions, what are the incentives we need for many authoritarian, incapable, fragile, predatory states to be part of this and sign off on this? And this is where we need to go back to looking at those peer review mechanisms and things. If we actually want the African continental free trade area, there's a real incentive there. If small countries want to play in there, then they're going to have to sort out this digital environment. They have to have a digital underpinning, otherwise they're not going to be a beneficiary of the trade agreements. So I think we need to look very practically, institutions, incentives, African mechanisms that can say, you're not going to get this pot of money that we've put together on this until you actually have fair elections, or you actually, implement your manifesto that you said we're going to do, or you allow your courts to operate, or your media to do what they have to do.
Thank you so much, Prof. And you touched on a very important issue on the continent, and you speak about issues related to authoritarianism, which is a very big issue around the continent, and where does that fit in the conversation that we are having today? So we don't have much time, so probably we can just ask one very serious person to share their question, their curiosity, or comment. One serious person. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I'm not so serious. I wanted to ask two questions, one for the panel, one for Chinai. So the question I have is, we've been listening about this contradictory narrative around AI being the inevitable that we have to kind of go through. But at the same time, there is also a way of having to have this conversation around how to work with AI. And so that contradiction has been resurfacing again in this conversation. And so somehow, how do one make sense of the doom and gloom and inevitable destruction of AI, or inevitable presence of AI, with at the same time, and the same token, promoting AI as one of our solutions? And so that contradiction has been very, present here, also in the previous panels too. The other thing is, I love Masekani's work. I'm a biggest fan. And more so because I've been working with the Who's Knowledge team around different language, and thinking around a different paradigm on African language developing techniques and methods and all that. And one of the things that we have found out there, which is also initiating this question, is Shina, you said the institution works on 50 languages, which is fantastic. And I think it's a huge thing we haven't heard before. But one finding we figured from the research is the internal challenge, the outside challenge, obviously in sync with what I have presented yesterday. But one of the internal challenge that we have figured out is those developers who are actually doing the language tech oftentimes come from a dominant ethnic group or dominant language that is being spoken. And so in the midst of trying to reach out to this 15 or highly or overly spoken language, there are minority languages that have been left aside. Yep. And is not reproducing or replicating the same kind of social structure that we are trying to kind of not undo in some ways, but also trying to create this socio equity. And is that not doing the same kind of harm? Or how do one then try to work between these two contradictions? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So in trying to look for one very serious person, looks like there was a bit of competition. So we have another one. Please do take the floor.
Thank you. I guess my question is for you, Alison, really, just some thoughts and reflections. And it's the issue of how we could establish balanced but yet continuously evolving kind of policy and governance structures. And on the issue of balance is, how to sort of systematically enable multiple voices to really provide the kind of science, technical, social, ethical, and governance advice for government and to sort of safeguard against the electoral stop-start kind of we heard in the previous panel, and it happens everywhere. When you have a new administration, suddenly it seems like you're starting from ground zero. So that's kind of the question of balance and how we could really sort of better organize national governance structures around that. And then the second one is the continuously evolving, because it's emerging technology and it is evolving very, very quickly. And I quite liked what Dumisani was saying, that sort of visible time horizon to say, well, yes, here we're going to be putting this policy in place and we're putting it up for review in 3 years. And that's quite a neat way of actually saying, we're already identifying a time so that you avoid this massive wash of, going out for public consultations in a 1 year or 6 month period. So it's almost like, can we be doing more to design those structures so that we actually contribute to national learning and have the right voices in place, rather than stopping and starting every time we get a new government, for example. Thanks. I don't know if it wasn't very clear, but
thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. I'm from my name is Ben from the Center on Knowledge Governance, now based in Geneva. And we're working with the African group and other groups of countries in Geneva on intellectual property as it serves the cause of just AI. So I wonder whether that's one thing we can continue doing, that reconfiguration that you're talking about, where, we're no longer under the yoke of one country or one group, is definitely playing itself out at the World Intellectual Property Organization, at the World Health Organization, despite the lack of funding there now, at the World Trade Organization. So that's one place to use the tools of an existing regulatory framework like intellectual property to redefine who controls and who has power. We called our center the Center on Knowledge Governance, not on intellectual property, because intellectual property remains to be decolonized. It's controlled by a few powers. All the terms of the conversations, all the laws are controlled by a few powers. So maybe we need to go into, with the partnership of BRICS countries and with unity in Africa and unity in the global South, some of those policy fora in Geneva, in New York, elsewhere, even though they're not on our continent, and redefine, decolonize the conceptual framing of the stuff that serves just AI. And just as a plug, we invite folks to do that with us at the Center on Knowledge Governance. We hope we can extend the reach of just AI through redefining who controls the management of knowledge and the definition of what is knowledge globally. Thank you. That was sort of more.
Yeah. Thanks, Commonwealth.
So our colleagues have given us also a few reflections, a few questions. I know we don't have much time to address all the issues, but I just want to give you a brief moment to close. You can address, the issues that that have been raised. I know there was something very specific to Prof. Allison, to Masakane work as well, but also just use the opportunity to also just wrap up. Thank you. Let's start with Prof. Annette, Dr. Annette.
I'm going to keep it very brief. I think our focus should be on care, community, and collaboration. And I think it's very important to engage on an interdisciplinary basis. So we need social scientists, we need people from the humanities in the room when these discussions are being had. Too often you just have engineers, computer scientists, and technology fiends sitting in rooms discussing policies and approaches. So really interdisciplinarity. And I think over the last few days, we heard a lot about ethics. I don't think we talk enough about ethics of doing what we're doing and just really engaging with like some of the more difficult questions of access, risks, and harms.
Thank you. Chennai?
Thanks, Lengwe. So I'll close by saying, Tigist, I look forward to the introduction to actually whose knowledge in this paper, because the work that we do does not disregard the fact that there is politics of language. And also the fact that sometimes we overfocus on the haves as being the ones we can see as the big tech, but the reality is also we exist in an African context of fragmentation of class, social hierarchy, and background. And I think for us, it would be one of the aspects of collaboration in designing what is the standard or the protocol to thinking about who actually does the language. Because in addition, the question we always ask is, who owns the language? But yeah, so I think in closing all of this is thinking about what is appreciative of a just AI framework is that we do not think we're all going to be singing Kumbaya, but actually to recognize that we're all coming at different points and defining what a shared goal is about in thinking about a just AI framework.
Thank you, Chennai. Prof, I think you can just sum it up for us succinctly. Thank you.
I'm just going to answer the question that was put to me, just to, in fairness to the question, and then I won't say anything else. We can have lots of conversations over tea. So I think it's a really important question. And it's a quite a kind of nice sort of technical question. Because I think we speak a lot about the content and the substance. And, we're very fortunate in South Africa in having, a fantastic constitution and a Administrative Justice Act and, Financial Act and a lot of things. Some of which, by the way, have over the years become a little bit checkboxy at various times. People complain about the consultative process, but they've been very important in our particular historical things. So I think they are important. They don't necessarily have to go on as long as our AI policy has gone on. But I think those things are in place, and so it's very fortunate that we can use those to make government do certain things, as civil society or academia or whatever. But we can, and the kind of institutional support that has come through programs like the AI4D program and those sorts of things are absolutely critical because they actually embed. They're embedded in existing African institutions. And I think that's really what distinguishes it from some of the other funding that's around, is that it's meant to be a partnership with the AU, but actually the funder uses, European consultants for the job, or, the money's given for try not to use names, for a data development program for Africa, but it's actually run out of Estonia and Berlin or wherever it is, So I think that what some of the things that are being done are really important to getting that balance and getting it, I think the real thing is to get the kind of ownership. And then, as I said, I think, it's to use the use it as a success story. I mean, we always say at RIA, we're Africanists, and we're always looking for a good story to tell. And I think we can make a good story if we really use kind of collective, get institutions to work, do things collectively, and use our own experts. So you can actually get, a whole lot of fantastic policy work done in an area. There can or cannot be a consultation depending where on the continent you are. But at the end of the day, you've still very often got somebody advising government, especially not, outside of South Africa too, basically, bankrolling the program, whether it's through, a foreign institute, a foreign think tank, or, a playbook that actually is supported by, multilateral, coming through a multilateral organization, but actually funded by one of the big tech foundations or whatever these things are. So it's actually getting credibility and sort of belief in ourselves and a credibility in our own research and institutions. And, despite our dependency on foreign aid, foreign funding that I've been so sounding so ungrateful for, it's really what has enabled us to do. I mean, certainly RIA, I can't speak for other organizations. I don't mind speaking on Priya's behalf at the moment. We just wouldn't have been able to do the work. We would not have been able to support go back to the South African broadband policy, G20 processes, AI policy, etc., because without that kind of support. So I guess more of the same, but some things different.
Thank you so much. There is certainly never enough time to unpack all these issues, but all the same, we are appreciative of some of the issues that we have showed us, some of the practicalities, but also reflecting on the challenges and navigate and how to navigate or what we can do as a continent around, the issues that we face. So I indeed said we have an excellent panel. I'm sure you agree with me that it was an excellent panel. Let's give them a round of applause. So this comes to the end of our panel. So we are now moving on to lunch, and then we'll come back for the final session. If your question was not sufficiently answered, they are still here. So thank you very much on that note.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our last session, one very naughty idea came to my mind now that if I really want to be a naughty professor, I was going to take the next 30 minutes just talking and talking and talking. But it's okay. We're just going to take very quick time, very short minutes of your time. I know everyone is tired. It's been a long 2 days. Thank you very much for staying to this very last minute. I thought I was going to take 5 minutes. Then Priya said 2 minutes, and I'm thinking, okay, so let's just wrap this up. The whole idea of this session is just to like reconvene one last time before we all depart our separate ways, and to talk about the kinds of things that we can expect going forward. To say, yes, we've listened to very interesting ideas, thought-provoking ideas. People had given us things to talk about, to ponder on. We would ask people questions and they would leave us with more questions. So we have all of this at the back of our minds. What can we expect going forward? And when I think about that, what comes to me centrally is the fact that this conversation, as we all say, it's important, it's topical, we should do something about it. We should try to run away from the temptation of leaving these conversations in this room. Let's continue these conversations. Let's continue the networks, the friends you've met, the potential publication partners you've met, the relationships you've built over the last 2 days or maybe 3 days. I would implore us to please, let's take it forward. Copy me in, copy Priya in, copy Ria in if there is anything you want us to facilitate for you as researchers. That's something you all know. We like references, we like cross collaborations. So that's something we would like to see. I said, let's stay connected also. So apart from taking this conversation forward, let's stay connected, the people that we've met. I think it was Jacob that was saying, let's influence policy, let's talk to our politicians, let's talk to our government. So please, let's be in the right rooms. And from Ria, what you can expect before the next conference. So we are not announcing the dates of the next conference because we don't know when it's going to be, but you can be so sure that there will be another conference. It might not be as big as this. It might be like a smaller convening. It could be a dialogue session or something like that, but then we are not ending this conversation. We would continue to refine and apply the framework of inquiry. And this is actually the framework of inquiry. I don't know if you know, just because there is nothing written on it, but these are the 9 principles of the framework of inquiry. So we'll be taking this forward and we'll be applying it into policy and regulatory contexts across the continent. We'll be creating more spaces for engagement. Like I said, it could be smaller convenings. We will translate these discussions into practical outputs. So policy briefs. I was talking to one of our fellows yesterday, and she was telling me how she likes to write opinion op-eds, and I think that's very good. We'll be doing so much of that. And very importantly, we'll be building this network. So we try to see, by the time we are having the next Just AI conference, we hope it's bigger than this. By the time we get some more fundings, we might, extend the hands of fellowship to more people. And more than anything, I think the next time we meet, the conversation will not be where it is today. It should have been that, yes, 2 years ago or 1 year ago or whenever ago we met, we're discussing these things, and this is so much progress that we've made. That's what I think you can expect from Ria. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'll pass on to, to Lois from the IDRC.
Hi. Okay. All right. No, thank you so much, Kola. Let me first of all say that I've really enjoyed the past 2 days, one and a half days. The quality of presentations, speakers, and the topics, and it just shows the interconnectedness of many things that form AI. So it's not just one thing, but we have heard about language, we have had conversations about data, DPI, and above all, exploring the framework, the Just AI framework. And on it, this has been really worth attending. We were just having a conversation with Christine since we are joined at the hip This was worth our time. Let me just divulge part of that conversation. She said she didn't expect to come back today, but she did. So it just shows you it was worth being here. The second thing that has really stood out for me is the exploration of the framework. I mean, I receive project reports and I read about this framework, but the past 1.5 days, it has really come alive for me. And hopefully I can also talk about it. And I'd just like to sit back and read more about that framework. So it was great to see that exploration. And it's also great to see how, I mean, the uptake is organic. I was asking earlier on, have you been deliberately pushing it out? But apparently not exactly. But the gentleman from the Department of Communication was talking about it. Researchers are talking about it. It's being used already. It just shows that there's value in it. And then, so the other thing that I've really appreciated is bringing the policymakers into this conversation. We heard from us researchers who are talking, we can talk to ourselves, but those who we really need. Yesterday I asked, where does this go to? We have this knowledge that's coming out, then what next? But if we get policymakers actually being here with us and sharing and talking about what they value from the work that we are doing, and I like the way you picked that opportunity to ask them, so where do you see us fitting in? So this is a direct conversation with policymakers that I think is very useful. The question on political economy that Alison addressed, I think it's one question that just hangs on everyone, especially with what's going on at the moment. And where's the opportunity for Africa? How do you squeeze yourselves when you have the big techs that's pouring money to take a lead in all of this? And here we are. We have something that we can contribute to this process. So I think it is important that we have a conversation that actually makes us realize that we have an opportunity and we have to be part of this process. So moving forward, what exactly? I like the call on the Pan-African approach. We can't go it alone. You can't go as a nation, you can't go as a region. The call for the Pan-African in approaching this work, I think, is very important. How do we bring the African voice? Because when you go to the global stage, it's not South Africans speaking. It's not RIA speaking. It's not CPIT speaking on its own, but it's Africa that's being represented. And I think it is important that we continue finding platforms to represent ourselves as Africans. We need to take that responsibility through the modest investment that we have, but the impact is what counts. So I also join Kola in what do we see as moving forward? And moving forward is that we need to continue doing this work. We're in a space that's evolving very quickly. We're in a space that is still very unclear, and we need the research that we are doing around here. So we need the research. We need to engage the policymakers. They may not directly reach out to us to help them clarify issues, but we see the gap as researchers. We see that they need us. So from my view, we still need to continue doing the work. We still need the policy research. We need to surface certain things that are not very clear in the context of Africa, because every question here was, what does it mean in the African context? It's been done somewhere else, but what does it mean in the African context? Is it suitable for our context? So all that is really important. And the last thing is that we still need the platforms to get together and talk about the issues and set agenda and really bring out where are the gaps and what do we do about those gaps as we move forward. So thank you so much.
In a plot twist, I'm going to defer for a few minutes my closing remarks, because I wanted to share who our partner in the wings has been for what I call the Just AI experience that we've all had. And so imagine in our office, there's Kola pushing, for what the research papers and the thematics are, and how we're going to, get to the right content. And there's me that's really pushing for, everyone that I need in the room. And we've got to get them all there, and we've got to create this atmosphere for this exchange and collaboration and so on. And then we just pass that wish list on to someone else. And and then, of course, we wanted to be vibrant and wonderful and an inviting space, and a space where we can be creative and brave and safe together as we have these conversations, and then we pass that wish list on to someone else. So let me introduce Alma, and I'm just going to ask her to just reflect on her experience putting the conference together.
Thank you, Priya. So many of you would have had some communication from me as the communications manager of Research ICT Africa to bring us all together. And really, for me, the joy of my work is creating the kind of platform where people can come together and have conversations, have exchanges. We were very deliberate in the design of the conference in terms of bringing academics and policymakers together. And so to hear that that is landing and that people are having these kinds of exchanges and connections is, that's a mark of success for me. And I hope that it's something that we can build on and continue as we grow this program. It has been an immense privilege to have you all in the room. The biggest part of a conference is you organize it, you create the space, you create the program, and then will they come? So the fact that you are here and that you are still here, again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being our partners in putting this together. I might now undermine some of what Priya might have wanted to say, but I do want to say that I stand here as a team of people, not as just myself. There has been lots of people working behind the scenes to make this happen. I want to specifically acknowledge our administrative team, Nomteto, who many of you would also have met. There is Chipo Makaya, and yes, please, loud applause. There is Chipo Makaya, our finance manager, who made sure that everything gets paid. There is Cindy Gilbert in our executive office, who was instrumental in much of the logistics and getting some of our VIP guests here. And then there's Naila Govanbasan, our deputy director, who manages that team and holds us all accountable. And then in terms of the content team for the program, I just want to acknowledge under the leadership of our research director, Kola Ijasan. There was Sandra Makumbirofa, who was leading on the academic side. Liz Urembo and Bo Moyo, who both gave input on who we need to have in the room. So I very much appreciate their contributions. And then working very closely with me on the communication side is my wonderful research communications officer, Drew Haller. She has already posted some wonderful reflections from day one on the website, so please go and read that. And then to say that if you want to go and listen back to any of these wonderful sessions that have stayed with you and that you want to go and listen back to, they're all on our YouTube channel now. The next steps is that the academic papers will be consolidated into conference proceedings, which we'll have out by May, end of May. And then our research team have also been listening very closely and will do some reflections from day 2 as well. So really we will try and capture as much of the vibrancy and the exchanges that we've had over the past 2 days to share back to you. And we hope that you will share that onwards to your networks and people that need to be part of this conversation, and that we can grow the community of people that will be engaged on this very essential topic that we're also passionate about. So thank you very much. Back to you, Priya.
No, thank you so much. Alma did steal my thunder. No, but thank you, Alma, for acknowledging everyone and really, Ria team, it's time to take a proverbial bow. So yeah, I suppose there's one other person to thank, and we were desperately trying to get her here, but she couldn't make it in the end. Who is Dr. Araba Say, who managed the Just AI program well before Kola and I arrived on the scene. And I think the framework that you're experiencing and all the work that went into, because it is informed by all the research that came before it, is the work that she led. And I want to take you into the moment that Araba and I had when we were conceptualizing the framework. And I remember it so vividly because we were on a very long call and we were making all sorts of pictures and things. But we agreed on two things. Three things, actually, now that I think about it. One is that the concept of justice should not be contained. So even in whatever we express and however we do the research, that we ourselves accept that we should never contain it. So we stayed away from anything that sounded like principles or a checklist or anything like that. And I hope that we will retain that integrity in our work. The second thing was that we wanted to be very bold, that we felt that the work that we did and the evidence that we had put us into a position where we could put something on paper that would be an African agenda. And it was bold because I suppose you could ask yourselves a question, everyone in this room, what puts you in the position to write the African agenda? And I think you know that moment when it's your time to step up and use that pen and do something bold. And I think that's what we did. And the third thing was that we wanted to be very humble. So we had said that really it's a privilege to be able to write something like a framework of inquiry, but it can never belong to us, and it will be all the better when others are using it, testing it, critiquing it, and making it better. And that's what you see in front of you. So when we say it belongs to all, it comes from that. And if you, many of you would have met Araba, so you would know how that conversation goes, and you know how authentic it is, that it really belongs to everyone, and we really encourage you to make it your own. So with that, thank you for participation. Doesn't quite cut it, because there was something in the engagement and in the energy over the last 1.5 days. I think we had that feeling, maybe from the call to action, maybe Angela did her work and then left us. But there was something that said, show up. And I want to thank you all for showing up and for that energy and excitement that we had over the last 1.5 days, and the significance that you put into the work that you behind the scenes before you got here with the papers and the preparations, and you received countless things from Ria and pleas and requests and so on. So thank you for all of that in the build up to here. And yeah, and looking forward to this. What's very exciting in terms of next steps, I don't have hardly any thunder left, but just to say that we're fairly confident that our Just AI work is continuing. And we're at a pivotal point now where we've been asked to frame what comes next. So it isn't that this was all in vain. We are going to use our best listening power and take everything that we've heard here to see what we ourselves can do, and encourage you all to continue the collaboration with us. Thanks so much.